Hello, Chris. Hope you're doing well. Step out for a moment. Let's chat a little bit. So, today is predominantly going to be a PSO day. There is one thing I want to test with Soten Mayhem. And somebody was streaming it yesterday, so shout out to Chris Agrim. And there's an issue with the bot. So, I was able to replicate on my own time. And I have an update. So I need chat's help because the way the bot interacts with a moderator or the owner is different than it interacts with a user. So Chris, you are a perfect test subject. Because I need someone other than me to try something to see what it returns. Because for me, it's always going to return. So it's very hard to test it by myself, which is kind of annoying. Downside to when you get to custom bot stuff. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is the bot is active. I just want to see one thing. I'm gonna tell it to start Mayhem. It should respond to me. So I'm gonna do just something cheap. So you can see what it's outputting for me, and this is something I want to keep going forward. Plus I get to show a little bit of Soten progress. But I'm just saying, I want somebody like Chris, just try any command and make sure it responds to you, both with the costs as well as like gold remaining. 'Cause I know Chan had been asking about that before. It doesn't have to update the menu list. I'm not looking to test that. I'm just looking to make sure that it actually responds to you. Because Christogrim was hitting some issues where it wasn't responding and it wasn't activating something. So if it responds to you, then it's already doing it. Okay. So that to me looks fixed. But this is a new feature. Okay. Yeah, now you can see your remaining gold. Since I know people are always curious how much they have left. So what I'm going to do... I'm gonna put this out in the next version. I'm not gonna put this in the 1.04. I think I did fix the 1.04 version. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna keep cleaning this up a little bit, but I'm pretty happy with how it looks. But one thing I think I'm gonna do is specifically, I'm gonna see if it lets me add the @ sign so that way you could be added by the bot. That way, if you do the I mean, like, you could see your name in there, but... I do... I'm just curious if it'll let this formatting go through. So I think there was a space issue on one of the commands. I got rid of that. I read up on how you're supposed to program in Python. So I made a change there, and then I made a total change, as in like something that was not even in the previous one. So, yeah, I'll blame me for any extra spaces. It probably was me. But yeah, one line was not working for sure. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and refresh the bot. And I'm just gonna do the same thing again. I'm gonna do, let's say, minor boon. Yeah, there we go. So now it's gonna @ you. Because I know sometimes if you just put the username, it will highlight. For example, like it will do it. But if I put the @ sign there, it should always do it, regardless if you're on mobile or browser. So that's gonna be a quality of life feature. The only thing I think I'm going to do in terms of changes there is just to make sure if you even want to have those messages in the first place, I'm just going to add one more setting. And that'll be our 1.05 update for the bot. So that'll go when we're ready for the Auto Mayhem, ironically. Given that you don't use the bot in Auto Mayhem. But we'll put it in there. Anyway, that was just something, it was very spur of the moment. I was not even thinking about updating the bot, and then I saw there were bot issues, and I'm like, okay, what's going on? gonna say this is up there with my favorites for sure. I'm gonna make sure I copy the formatting very specifically when I'm doing Python. So respond in stream is working. I'm gonna say respond with users current currency. Maybe currency on success. I just need something. I'm just trying to think of what to call it. So we'll be testing this one last change, and then we'll be moving on to PSO. I don't expect to spend very long on Mayhem today. I'm definitely not doing a run today. Respond to user with currency on success. Of course, I'm gonna say force. On will user their current hold after paying for an action. A good song. I'm almost ready, chat. I'm just gonna do some defaults. And I think I should be good to go. Just gotta remember what I called things, chat. That's the hardest part. And then I'll very briefly test it. So I wanna have the option to toggle that on or off, because I know that could end up like flooding a chat, for example, and if you don't have it set up to do the whisper, maybe it's not desired. So I want to make sure for people that are used to it not giving the currency that that's still an option. You know what I mean, chat? Going forward, I'm going to leave it on because I already censor the bot. So I don't see what the bot sends you guys anyway when we're streaming, unless I look at the master stream chat. And I feel like that'll be more informative to you. It'll reduce the number of ! Goals, if nothing else. So. Okay, so I have the UI config there. Defaulted to true. The only thing I need is one more if statement. I got this. Yeah, now that I know how they do if statements, which to me is still very weird. To capitalize the true. That would be a really silly error to have. All about the indenting. I'm learning very slowly, chat. I think this is good. Yeah, I definitely wanted to respond in chat no matter what if you don't have enough points, because I feel like that needs clarity. But for when you do succeed, I don't know if I should always send it, so that's fine. I'll leave it there for now. I don't need to make the bot overly complicated. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to refresh it and just make sure it's loading my settings. Oh, I broke something. What did I break? Oh, I forgot a colon. There we go. The bot will inform user their current goal. Oh, I have a typo. Fortunately, chat cannot see my terrible spelling. That. Oh, their new currency total. Okay, that's better verbiage. See, I just needed like 30 seconds to think about how to spell that. Then we'll test it again real quick. The bot will on payment of an action informs the user of the new currency total. Okay, I feel like that's straightforward. So I'm just gonna make sure we're gonna start Mayhem again. Gonna do some minor trap again. I don't expect to see anything different here. It didn't inform me, so it broke something. 1 second shot. What broke? Oh, it broke. That's fine. See, chat, this is why we do a quick test and don't just assume it works. I forgot to prepend the file name. Let's refresh and try that again. Pretend I didn't do that. Let's start this up again. Alright, now it should behave as before. No? Uh-oh. Why is it being picky with me this time? Oh, that just kind of started mid-note. That was kind of weird. Oh, it was Bloody Tears midway through. See, this looks fine to me. That's why I'm a little confused. Oh, is it just because I haven't hit save? Maybe it's just because I haven't. I forgot. I added a new parameter, so of course it's probably not going to react to it if I don't actually update it. Okay. Now this should hopefully work. Okay. Okay, I feel a little better there. Okay, only one time that was my coding error. The other time it was just I forgot to save the sheet, so it actually had the setting. Okay, so that's behaving as before. So if I uncheck this and hit save, it should still tell me the cost, but it should not tell me how much my current total is. Just refresh everything to make sure it's behaving properly. Alright, so let's try one more time. Did that not send me anything? I mean, it still should have told me the new price. Hold on a second, chat. Yes, no matter what, it returns else, and that is definitely programmatically correct. Minor boon, maybe. Oh, maybe it never reset the prices. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I might have capped minor trap because I've been testing it over and over. Okay, that looks like that's working as intended. I'm gonna save it so that it always says the price. And then, I think I'm pretty happy with this. So, just real quick bot change, I guess. I'm not gonna upload this on YouTube. In fact, I'm gonna make sure the recording is paused. It's a very boring test. But thank you for helping test it, Chris. Let's make sure to get you some points. I typed convoy instead of convoy. I don't know why. My typing is all over the place today. Alright, got a sizable amount of points. You got 2562. Make that around 3k just for you. I feel like that makes up for all the actions. Plus, you've been gaining points. So congratulations, you're at 3k now. Anyway, time to close the bond. So I think we had enough of this. So let's go ahead and switch over to PSO finally. That's all I wanted to test. Proof of concept seems to be working. Good enough for me. Change the title to PSO Easter. So I guess I'll boot up the game. It's been a while since I've tested it in OBS, so I'm sure it'll be very finicky the first time I go to play it. For sure. Hello Shaky, hope you're doing well. Sorry that Tiny Tina decided to get rid of your gear the other day. Oh, Shaky, you just missed the perform. Bot is closed. We're moving on. So I'm just gonna go ahead and boot this up real quick. I'm sure it'll be very, very interesting. Got most of it back. That's a good sign. So I guess I'll just mess around with the chat created character for a little bit. Then I'll play probably some other characters. I have like a bazillion characters in PSO. Let me go ahead and pause and see if I need to resize the game screen, which I might have to. Yeah, the volume is very low, but that's okay. Let's go ahead and see how it looks real quick. Oh, it's actually still properly sized. Color me surprised, chat. I did not test that before the stream. I see the sources there, but I have since touched it, and it seems to be working okay. Did it like about there-ish? A bit higher. Mostly just ambiance music anyway. Oh. I failed my first test. I had to switch the controls. 1 second, chat. I think this is what I'm looking for. Yeah, there we go. I'll get there eventually, chat. So we're just going to mess around with some of the Easter event stuff in PSO, and meanwhile, we'll just talk about whatever the chat wants to talk about, because this game I can sort of autopilot. Oh, she's pink ID. I thought she was purple. Huh, I must have changed her ID color at some point. I thought for sure she was purple. Oh, never mind. Now I remember who I thought was purple. It's my purple gnome. Of course it is. Never mind, pink ID it is. So for those not familiar with PSO, this is a very ancient game. It started its days back on the Dreamcast. It's had many versions of it updated. We're playing a private server of this game, and that includes the PC enhancements as well as a lot of customization stuff. So I guess I'm ready to go. So I guess the question to Chris would be, did you want to hop in, or did you just want to watch some solo stuff for a bit before I get too settled in? I think if nothing else, I'm gonna go ahead and equip something. Uh-oh, I just see Ziggy P happy, but not the emote. What happened? Oh, did the subscription wear off or something? You'll watch for now? Okay, fair enough. Definitely no pressure to play along. It's an ancient game. But technically, if you want to join in, I'm on the Ephinea server. For people that are interested, they could just hop in. I'm literally just wandering around the game world. Why am I scrolling like an idiot? I could just scroll like this. There we go. I was gonna say, just for you, Chris. Aw, it's very hard to do. It's a lot. That's annoying. I'll deal with it later. An ancient game, but you love it. It has a lot of nostalgia for me, for sure. I feel like it's mostly held up, or at least the fixes to it have made it mostly hold up. I think there's a lot of things that don't make a lot of sense from the game design standpoint, for sure. Now the question is, can I even do episode 1 by myself solo? I guess I'll find out. Let's find out together, chat. This will be a fun experience. And since I'm not on the right difficulty, I'm gonna use a shortcut command on the server. I'm just gonna exit the lobby. Oh yeah. Are you ready? Oh, I got a solo F1. Let's go. Oh yeah, you joined that password, guys. Good luck. Oh, it's a rare rate today, Chris. Nice. I always love rare item drop rate up. So I'll be doing the Easter event. So to explain it, I guess, in detail for people that haven't played it before, I'm going to be selecting something called the Hunter Boost Road. So every time I complete a series of these quests, it boosts my overall drop rate. So my drop rate went from 100% to 110%. And the idea behind it is that enemies will randomly drop Easter eggs, and I can trade in the Easter eggs for one-to-one trades for materials, potentially, which are things to boost my stats. Or I can gamble them, and if I gamble them and go for the risky gambles, I can potentially get some really good endgame gear. There's different gamble options for people that are still new to the game. The Easter egg. So that way you can still get something useful. Oh, that command is not... That is not correct. Hold on. That's gonna bother me. That button is not where it should be. 1 second, chat. False start. We're gonna dodge the nano dragon lasers for a moment. Okay, so I went to... Where is ice?
This is the Reaper's power.
Oh, that is simply not right. Okay, so on the bottom toolbar are all my spells that I've quick assigned. That sun number 6 needs to be where number 8 is, because I have that like that on every other character but this one. And that is going to bother me so much when you kind of autopiloted the controls. Oh, oops, actually it doesn't matter which one I do. This has to be 8. This has to be 6. Everything else, we're good to go. It doesn't seem like it'd make a difference, but I'm telling you, chat, I will get endlessly annoyed. Speaking of which, I should not be using Magical Piece at all. Let's go ahead and switch to the Ice Staff, which enhances my ice damage. Yes, I need Quick Freeze. I want to not think about it. Yeah, that's like so much easier for me to do. So I did a lot of controller mapping for this game, because this game did not come out when a lot of these things were on a commonplace. Ooh, I'm very surprised I haven't been paralyzed. So I basically have a setup where if I hold a button, I get a completely different set of buttons to use to assign commands. So normally that toolbar along the bottom is not possible to use with the controller, but I'm using it with the controller. So I spent extra time to set up the game just for PC chat, because I am a classic console player, and I'm like, I do not want to use keyboard and mouse, unless you really, really force me to. Hello, Alec. Hope you're doing well. One of my abilities is still off, but I could live with this. I'm doing okay. I'm refamiliarizing myself with my spell layout. I feel like one of my spells is off, but I don't think it's one I use that often, so it doesn't matter. Okay, yeah, that's what I was worried about. speaking of, let's go back up slightly. I've been holding on to high-level buffs, so let's just go ahead and use them right now. That would probably be useful. And let's go ahead and buff ourselves and deal with the enemies here. Now, the problem why I'm running around for a little bit is I want to see what this Lily is doing. It's the only thing that can really kill me. Okay, it missed. GG. So, for those not familiar, that little purple projectile it shoots out is an insta-kill. And I do not have great resistance towards it, so it will probably kill me. Let's see, what are my odds of resisting it? 18 versus, I think it's a 62 strength. So, like about 40-ish% chance of survival. I'd rather not play those odds, chat. In the meantime, we're just gonna go see where this takes us. So this particular quest is a random series of rooms. I'm not really sure what to expect. So it started us off in caves, which is a bit unfortunate. Well, sort of fortunate, I suppose. And my goal is to just clear out each of these levels as best as I can. And occasionally, if I get to the bottom of an area, so caves have 3 levels. Right now, I think we're on, I don't know, level 1 or level 2. I didn't pay attention. I'm assuming level 1. And if I hit level 3, then that's a chance for a boss. So ideally, if it's going to keep me in caves, I want to see it take me to caves 1, caves 2, caves 3, and then not anything with the 3 afterwards. Because I would like to not fight the final boss of the game as a warm-up. I mean, like, I could, but it's just like... I'll be like, I literally just started playing a minute ago. Nothing really useful here. So I have a lot of add-ons. Normally the game does not have all those little things like monster reader, kill counter, item reader. I just do that for quality of life improvement. So do not worry if that does not make any sense to you. It is literally just for me. And I just use it to track what items have hit the floor. As well as seeing if I've frozen enemies. So I got an idea of how many more spells I might need to kill something. So just a lot of quick flash judgments. Otherwise, when I'm doing things like this and spamming Gafoi, aka the 360 Fireball spell, I'm just looking at chat. So I can read things like Go Dumpling Go. Or the moral support of Alec. Now this character has no interest at all in buffing their attack power. This character is terrible with melee moves. So you will not expect to see the red up arrows very often unless I miss input. And it would be pretty much a purely spell-only run. Although, if we fight Dark Falls, I'm gonna feel very sad, which is the final boss of this area. Or not of this area, but of the episode 1, which is the selection of dungeons I'm playing in currently. You can think of it as like a chapter in a story. So, the first chapter, mostly fair to spellcasters. I shouldn't have too many problems in single player. I'm gonna struggle a little bit in multiplayer. I'm not sure if my damage is quite there. Well, my single target ice is refusing to target who I want to target, but that's fine. We're gonna enjoy some chain lightning at max distance. The way I can't get paralyzed. Fine. Yeah, just very straightforward stuff. I'm just abusing elemental weaknesses over and over and over until I win, chat. Simple gameplay, but sometimes simple is what you want. No need to make it overly complicated. My first priority in every wave is gonna be that stupid Lily, by the way, chat. In case you're curious. It will not be the giant charging praying mantises. No, I don't care about them. It's like, no. I want to defeat the thing that can actually just one-shot me. No thanks. Now, if I really want to, if I feel I'm struggling, or we end up in more caves, like Oops All Caves, for example, I'll probably go back for a Cure Paralysis. So that way, when the flower shrieks, it does not disable all my actions. Something very specific to the human characters. If you're playing a robot, then you do not have to worry about that. also known as a cast in this game. Anyway, I'm playing the typical super squishy glass cannon mage. My health total is terrible. But on the plus side, I 3-shot things in single player, so I'm okay with that. Yeah, the flowers do not respect anybody. They will just absolutely kill you. I could debuff these enemies so they do less damage, but I've just learned to just accept them for what they are, which is horrible. I'm probably gonna get paralyzed here, yeah. I could have played that better. This is kind of an awkward room without cure paralysis. There's a lot of lilies, and if I don't stun lock all of them, one of them will inevitably hit me with the paralysis, as that is the punishment for dealing damage but not putting them in a kill threshold. Okay, they've decided that I'm not playing the game today. I would like to play the game, thank you. Nope, okay, we're back to not playing the game, chat. So fortunately in single player, the invulnerability period is rather generous. And when I'm standing up, I'm still invincible, which is kind of nice. Nice, I froze the one that was next to me, so that way I wouldn't get paralyzed. Some games were meant to be played, that's all, you're right. It's very true. You're right. Sometimes it's the game's turn, and you just have to hold it. The downside of playing this character. Okay, I debuffed the enemies since they were kind of all over me. So we'll be showing off a variety of characters, because I don't want the stream to get bored. But yeah, if there's anything chat wants to talk about, like if they have mayhem questions, they want to talk about their day, I am all for it, chat. Since I can almost literally only exclusively look at the chat while playing this game. I just have to vaguely know where I am in the room and what enemies I'm fighting. I'll figure out the rest, chat. But for now, we're playing the chat-created character. I was trying to think, did I miss anything in this? Nah. I didn't have to go back. I was looking to see if I wanted any of those items. I'm seeing, for example, I guess to explain some of it, there's like U Scepter +4, Geist is the name of the weapon special, and then it has a lot of numbers. That green number is the only one I'm super interested in, as that is the hit accuracy of the weapon. I guess I could pick that up, for example. Oops, my bad. That's what I get for looking at chat. I didn't realize I looped. My bad, chat. One too many presses. That's the autopilot kicking in. There we go. I want this door. Okay. So red means a new area. Where's it gonna take me? Mines too. Oh yeah, so we're not gonna see the cave boss. This is fine. But this is also not fine simultaneously. So fluids are what I use to recover the TP of this game, which is like MP in other games. Loading robots to start the day. I don't think if I actually want to swap the ice back. So I just single targeted their leader. I don't care about killing them. They'll die on their own. I got some time. Oh, I got a photon drop. How rare. You know what? I'm actually going to set it back. I thought about it, and I'm like, I'll probably live with this. Oh, everybody's favorite. Well, this enemy is quite nonsense. Speaking of nonsense, I think it's going to hit me through the wall. Yeah. So normally, doorways are safe ways. Enemies cannot trespass through the, like, from one room to another. These enemies ignore that to some extent. They're very annoying. And unfortunately, there is a little bit of a dead zone. There is a little tactic you can use to defeat them, but the problem is I'm in a kind of unfortunate scenario. So I'm gonna go ahead and heal myself with an item, so that way I have less iframes, or more iframes to play with. Those items are instant use, frame 1. Spells take a little bit of time, so I can get away with the healing spell. But that usually means I get hit again. So I'm gonna do a cheap little strategy. The game has an inbuilt mechanic where those missiles can hit anything, and that includes themselves. If I spin into them repeatedly, they'll kill themselves eventually. And I will take that to deal with them. So that is a as intended strategy. There are probably not intended strategies to deal with them, and we'll be seeing those at some point. It works easier when there's just one of them. I'm under the slow-mo effect, which is a bit unfortunate, as I would like to dodge. Sinnoh Blue, aka the punchy robot with the blade arms, is not a big fan of me. And I think he wishes that I would perish. He will sometimes duplicate himself. Like there he tried to, but my fireball kills his clones instantly. Just get punched in the face, it's okay. So I finally built up the meter in the upper left, which is a mag blast. Unfortunately, in single player, it is useless for me. What I do appreciate, though, is that it triggered my mag invulnerability. So this is an example where there's so much on screen, it's very hard to tell what is happening with the character. But in the upper left, I could see INV has a countdown, which informs me that I have invulnerability frames. So I can just afford to stand here and spam for a few seconds, but it's about to wear off. I'm about to take damage now. That's just the benefit of having mags. They just randomly trigger invincibility. Alright, so they almost killed themselves. Almost got them. It looks like I didn't restock fluids before coming here. You know what? We'll use a mag blast. And I'll use that to dodge the missiles. I was about to say worm, because I read no worms today. Bye, brands. Or not. Never mind. I'm too weak, chat. I can't even hurt him. That's so sad. So the downside is this character's attack strength is so low that, yeah, I'm never going to do damage with the attack ones. And I don't need the defensive ones either. Brands are the worst. They are really, really terrible in multiplayer, for sure. Yeah, unfortunately, multiplayer, they decided it was okay to reduce iframes. And normally that doesn't sound like the biggest of deals, but unfortunately, the amount of iframes they remove is way too high. So those enemies will basically result in insta-death. Very annoying. Oh, hey, I actually leveled on stream. Nice. 5 attack and 5 magic. Okay. I mean, I'll take that. So, my level is 97. Oh, see Chris still trying to use the emotes. He's like, no, I was spoiled by the subscription. Yeah, we'll just fireball into there. I don't even need to see myself, chat. Listen. As long as I know what enemy's there, I'm good. Visual's optional for me, chat. I'm like, oh, okay. I got a vague idea of what they're doing. Psychic balance, yeah, psychic balance indeed. Yeah, they had a lot of like anti-multiplayer mechanics, and I like the idea that they wanted to make multiplayer harder, but the way in which they did it is absolutely not ever the way you should do that in multiplayer, so they get a big F in the chat for that. Yeah, one of their other really clever ideas is they thought that it would be fun to damage cancel other players. So what that means is like, if you have somebody that has like, for example, a machine gun weapon, right? That will take precedence and priority over a big sword swing. So if you have a rapid hitting character, the slow attacking characters of your party cannot even damage the enemy. Like, there are some very weird choices with the unmodded versions of this game that I am really thankful they are not in this version. Like, thank you sane people modding this game. Like, please take that out. That was not interesting, intuitive, or fun in any sense. But I will say, I will commend them for supporting a 4-player split screen. And it actually worked pretty well, on the GameCube at least. I had a lot of fun with that. That's how I got introduced to the game. We're gonna play the War of Attrition with the giant brands. Unfortunately for him, I have more TP than he has health. Oh, the subscription wore out, Chris. I'll have to fix that at some point. Gotta earn those extra store points. Oh, speaking of which, I saw Ping was trying to use like exclamation mark shop. Exclamation mark shop and store should now do the same thing. You got introduced to it via Sonic. What do you mean by that? Was there some kind of promotional? I know, for example, in GameCube, there were some connections to other games. Is that what you mean? Like a Chow Garden thing? Yeah, since this is a Sega-owned property, they do have a lot of references to other games. In particular, the music. Maybe we'll find a music desk as we play, chat. We'll see. Okay, so we killed the Sinnoh Red. I Mag Blast again, which is excellent. Now, these things will keep reviving over and over. Well, not permanently, but they'll come back like 3 or 4 times. Or I could just bop the switch in melee. Oh, she can't actually kill it at like 1 hit? Oh, that's embarrassingly terrible. Normally, that's supposed to be one-shottable. It just shows how weak this character is physically. He is not meant to melee. Speaking of which, I should probably remove all of her melee moves from her custom palette. Okay. Though I do like that I have complete control over how to assign the buttons. That for sure is a lot of fun. So I will never be using these. Let's make them something more useful, like 360 lightning I always spam. Something like that. Probably fine. Rest in peace all the die fluid and tri fluid I sacrificed. That way I have to hold even less buttons. This makes my life easier, chat. Well, that makes my life less easy, though. Is there a quest you could do in this game to get a special challenge Sonic Adventure? Nice. Hopefully you ended up enjoying it. Looks like I have Mag Blast again. I should probably burn it on something. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with the Sonic games. Like, I played some of the Genesis ones, and that's probably literally it. I'm in kind of a weird loop with him. I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna walk this way. I'm gonna burn my Mag Blast here, make his missiles hit me while I'm invincible. I'm gonna try again. Oh, I did not face that the right way. I had the right idea, terrible positioning. We need to fix that. I don't know. I'm not... Do you mean like to actually play the Genesis ones again or the 3D Sonic? I don't see myself enjoying platformers, to be honest with you. They've never been a top 5 category for me. I'm trying to think if I even played a platformer outside of Castlevania on this stream. And even then, platforming is in a very loose sense. Especially the bad ones. I was gonna say, I'm gonna break your heart. I did not enjoy the Genesis Sonic, so I don't know how I would enjoy the 3D ones, where it's more jank. I don't see it, Chris. Oh, a weird position with them. I didn't get to debuff them, so I'm taking a lot of damage. So there's some Sinnoh I did not debuff. I don't know which... Oh, I think I found him. There we go. Now they're all debuffed. Crisis averted, chat. So we'll see. I mean, I don't think it'll be as terrible as when I did Castlevania 64. but I imagine it to be about the same level of enjoyment. So PSA, don't play Castlevania 64. Ooh, I'm actually in trouble. The reason I'm in trouble is that I didn't restore my fluids before getting here, and I cannot seem to teleport. This is a problem, actually. I'm actually gonna legit die. I don't seem to be able to use my teleport spell, and there's a lot of enemies here. So I ran out of TP. Can I really not use Ryuker here? Why is that? I'm gonna recover TP just to see. Is this a quest where I'm not allowed to use telepipes? I can't say I've ever tried it before. The Reverser is the revive spell, Ryuker is the teleport. Like, I'll even recover TP. Because that's very annoying if I can't do that. I thought I telepiped in this quest before, Chris. Because I would have just gone back had I realized that I was out of TP. And also couldn't telepipe. Actually, curiosity, did I pick up a telepipe while I was walking around? I don't think I did. No. There were a couple on the ground that I passed and ignored, because normally they're not a really good item to pick up. Well, this is awkward, chat. I have to take the long walk of shame, since I'm apparently not allowed to teleport. I am fairly certain there was a telepipe in the previous area I ignored. Maybe that'll save us some time, unless this just goes back. Oh, this just goes back. Okay, that's good. That's less... it's annoying, but it's less annoying, because I have definitely teleported out of there before. In fact, we're going to experiment, chat. Since this is a new quest series, for the most part, this is not in the original game. Sometimes they have weird restrictions. I'm just going to go ahead and just max everything. I'm going to buy, like, 3 telepipes. I just want to see, chat. I could... Oh, I do have a cure paralysis on me. Nice. That's convenient. Don't need resist dark, though. Storm Wand, not bad. Improves lightning chance, and it's got a 25% hit by default. I can raise that with proper boosting. Okay, so I'm just gonna pay to recover my TP. I just want to see, did they just disable Ryuker, but telepipe works? Or is it only certain quests where that happens? Let's find out together, chat. I could go back to where I was. So I definitely can't Ryuker, but I can telepipe? How is that fair? Oh, that's nonsense, chat. I don't know why they disabled that. Okay, that is quest design annoyance 101. So telepipe is a very annoying item slot usage of inventory when you're a mage, and there's no reason to do that normally, but apparently this quest, you just can't telepipe just without using telepipe. I know. I think this might be... I think this is the only quest I've played where that's ever been the case. I've been in scenarios where you can't telepipe or use Ryuker, and that's fine. But that's very silly. That is very silly that I just can't Ryuker out. Anyway, I guess I'll have to spare a slot for items for that, I guess. I know, Chris. It's blasphemy. That is like PSO blasphemy right there. I should be able to Ryuker. Makes no sense. Oh, unless she doesn't wait. Wait. I'm blaming the quest. This is a stream character. She might not actually have Ryuker, now that I think about it. We'll take it back. Comment rescinded, chat. I think she might actually not know the technique. Oh yeah, she just doesn't know it. Okay, that's fair. It's been so long, chat. I forgot if we gave it to her. I just kind of assumed. So, my bad. I'm like, wait a minute. I was like, that doesn't make any sense. Hold on. There's a more likely and plausible explanation. We revised the theory. I was gonna say, Chris, if you have spare Ryuker, definitely give it to me, because I apparently do not have any. Oh, so here's my other favorite strategy. So these enemies, in certain areas, do not react to you. I don't think this is intended. See how they're not fighting me, chat? But, oops. Oops, I can lightning them, chat. Oh, my bad, giant Barans. Oh, this is definitely how you're supposed to do this fight as intended. Oh, what a tough fight, chat. Many missiles were shot, yada yada. So, yeah, there are certain rooms that you can exploit. If anything looks like it is off of that mini-map, chances are the enemy has a blind spot there. That's my rule of thumb for finding exploit areas. It is an old game. They did not think about every room for every combination of enemies. So when they do random generated quests, they don't always provide the challenge I think they intend. But we'll not spoil. Oh, that actually one-shot me. That's crazy. Rest in peace, me. Wow. My character is so weak I died to mines in one hit. That's so sad. Rest in peace, chat. Crazy damage. Oh, my defense is 614. That makes a lot of sense. Aw. Anyway, back to ice spam, I guess. I gotta relearn her buttons. So she's a little different than the other mages in general because she has a focus on the single target or simple techniques. So if you see me shoot a singular fireball in a straight line, that is something she enhances. The spell I'm using now, she does not enhance. If you see the line of ice shoot out from me, that's something she enhances. So I have to use a lot more overall buttons than the other forces. So she'll have a funky layout no matter what, because there are things that are more commonly used with her compared to other characters. I might die here again. Oh, I got a little lucky. But fortunately, as long as I just stick to Ice Staff, I should be mostly fine. I do think Ice is her strongest element, honestly. I view her more of like a support mage, which is fair. But she also gets enhanced healing range and all those other goodies. The only thing I have to do is just make sure that I have a decent, I don't know, defense, which I don't at the moment. Oh well. Can't win them all, chat. I could dive fluid up, why not? If you're wondering why I'm walking in kind of weird ways, it's not intentional. I think this controller I'm using is just way too sensitive on the stick, which really sucks. This is the only controller where I've had this issue, so I know it's a controller issue, not a player issue. But like walking in a straight line is deceptively hard for me. If I'm even like more than 1 degree off of true north on the stick, I'll start walking diagonal. I have to be very careful with my thumb placement. It looks like, given the size of the warp, it looks like I'm gonna do the mines boss, and I will let you know that this character is the worst character to do this boss on, so we are absolutely going to put a safety telepipe here. Oh, why can't I use it? What happened? Oh, it wasn't on my quick list for some reason. Let's leave that there. So wish me luck. I don't have anything to speed up this fight, so this is gonna be absolutely horrendous. So rip me, chat. Worst boss for this character. I would actually rather take the final boss over this boss. So let's explain the gimmick of this boss. Phase 1, it's a giant face on a screen. I can stun lock it with Chain Lightning. Or it will... Wait, why do I not have control? Hello? Why do I not have control? What's happening? Well, that's not fair. Hello, PSO. That was weird. Well, that made that phase unnecessarily difficult. Normally what you do is you try to target the screen, but apparently my controller was just gonna say, nope, you're not doing anything. Get wrecked. Yeah, I was like, I would like to not stand still, please. So ideally, I would just do this over and over and over. I think she is so weak, Chris, I'm not able to do the cheese strategy. So normally the cheese strategy is if you chain lightning the boss repeatedly, it will damage the face behind the monitor, and the face has a separate health total that you could kind of directly target, and that will result in the boss dying very, very quickly. But weirdly, the way it takes damage is not based off of magic attack power, but attack power. And her attack power is so garbage, I think I actually literally did 0 to the boss. So this character is absolutely useless in this boss fight. So the alternative way of winning is I have to pop all of the monitors, and I have to destroy all these little turrets, which really sucks. So we're gonna be here a while, chat. Okay, she is not equipped for this at all. In fact, because I'm just doing this, I'm gonna try to enhance my damage. Yeah, had it taken magic damage instead of physical, I would have been fine, and the chi strat would have worked. Now, the downside is that the resistances of the enemies are different between single player and multiplayer. Now, I'm trying really hard to see what the weakness is of the turrets, but the problem is that the fireball keeps hitting the monitors, and I can't tell what the weakness is. Is it lightning? No. Oh, it doesn't seem to be anything. Oh, that's terrible. Worst case scenario, chat. You see that? It's not even stunned. You see that, Chris? I literally can't stun it. Oh, no. We're gonna be here a while, chat. Rest in peace. Normally, what you would do as other characters is if you had a gun, you would just shoot the monitors, and that would make your life very easy. But we're gonna be here for like 8 minutes, chat. Strap in, as I do not have a faster way of doing this, as I have no physical attack power. I mean, I guess I could try shifting myself just to see if I could even damage the boss. Oh, I can damage the boss with shifter. Okay. Oh, I can barely damage the boss. I do 13 damage. Oh, that's so sad. Oh, that is so sad how low that damage is. Oh, man, chat. We're still gonna be here a while. But at least I can hurt the boss now, I guess. So, 454 makes me do 13 damage. Ooh, brutal. But yay, progress. So yeah, this is why I don't ever want to do mine solo with this character. If you'd like to see the proof of concept of why it's a terrible idea. Also, you can see when I go to fast cast, my attack power is actually too low. So I need to actually keep this on and not get the stun lock. But I'll do any kind of damage I can get here. It's so sad. But rip me, chat. Okay, so this is a boss where I like it in concept, but they failed the execution. And if they had merely let you do magic damage to the monitor when you use magic damage, then this would not be an issue. But here we are, chat. I'm gonna be here a while. So how's your day going, chat? I'm just gonna be spamming fireballs in the center. He can't kill me. It's a very boring initial phase if you're used to it. Like, he might make me run out of TP. We'll see. Thankfully, I got shift at 30. I consumed that technique on stream. I can see several of his monitors are very low in health. So eventually, he'll stop circling me. And once he's no longer able to circle, he'll just pop the turrets up repeatedly. And then I can actually see what their single-player weakness is. I haven't done this boss legit in so long. Because normally what you could do is you could stun lock him with Gazond, and that lets you kind of kill him. As far as you recall, females don't fast cast with unarmed.
No
they
mercy.
don't have the male fast cast for sure. But I was looking to see in general the damage difference between, I should have stated that out loud, the unarmed versus armed. And without a weapon, I'm not able to damage this boss at all. So this is a little awkward. I'm kind of sad that it made us go to mines. I am very much aware, Gigaslob. I will spoil for you. I have a level 198 character. Or 97, I think. So I put a lot of hours into the game. There are nuances with the game I'm not aware of, for sure. This is not one of them, unfortunately. I am very well aware that this is the worst boss for this character, and we got very unlucky with quest RNG. So, rip quest RNG. So, I have done basically everything. I have the... let's see... 801 for fast cast, but not on this character. Okay, I finally did enough damage. Thank you. Let me get out of this phase. So anyway, phase 2, chat. So, if you have a multi-hit weapon, you would be able to strike the different individual pieces. However, I am not a character that has that, so that is going to be abysmal. Its weakness appears to be ice, which is nice. Oh, I'm actually dead here because I got stuck. Oh no, I have skip dolls. We're fine. It's fine. Oh, that actually does way less than multiplayer. I am so used to multiplayer damage, chat. You have no idea. For sure in multiplayer that would have killed me initially. So I'm going to go ahead and burn a Photon Blast. I'm just going to burn the Photon Blast. I actually want the mag invincibility when I'm in this fight. It's fine. It's fine. So let's see what the single player resistance is. It's ice. Oh, that's fortunate for us, actually. Ice step on me. Okay, it could have been worse, chat. Ice is probably my preferred tech. If we're gonna do a very slow boss fight, I prefer it with ice. We'll just stand there and take it. I could dodge. I don't really feel like it. I really wish Barda could hit multiple targets here. Definitely a big loss here. I find it weird because you can hit it with, like, for example, a spread needle and destroy all the parts. But, yeah. Not gonna let me do it. But for chat that is not aware, I'm using the pause menu in order to avoid targeting the boss. If you don't target the boss, you get to run quicker. But yeah, this fight is gonna take forever, chat. I was really hoping we would not get a boss on the random quest. And I think due to slow-mo, I don't think I could have dodged that unless I soul atomizer. But it's fine. We have enough TP to survive it. It doesn't matter. Again, in multiplayer, that would be doing, I think, 1,100 damage. But it's okay. We'll just keep power leveling with Dumpling. Okay, chat. If it legit gives me Ruins 3, I might just quit the quest. It has to give me Ruins. It could give me... Let me think. It could give me Spaceship, which I'm also okay with. But I really, 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 really do not want it to give me Ruins 3, because that means I'll have to do Dark Falls at level 97 with, like, an unbuffed character. I'm like, nah, let's not do that, chat. So it's got 5k health left. It's gonna take a few casts. Now, fortunately, Barda does quite a lot of damage to the Deathbringer / Chaos Bringers in the next area, if I'm being forced to go to Ruins. Yeah, it will probably take a long time to kill Falls, so I'll have to make sure I also have some TP. But we'll get there. Phase 2 is, fortunately, like half the length of Phase 1 with this character. Ooh, worst boss in the game for this character. What were they thinking, chat? Why doesn't it base it off of 18? Why doesn't it base it off of MST? Oh, the game gave me my Scape doll back? How sweet of it, I suppose. Oh, and another Scape doll. Okay. That's nice of it. I'm probably gonna need it. You really just take me to Ruins 3? Wow. Chat, I think we're gonna be doing all the hard bosses with a sub 100 character. Could be fun. I mean, my MST is there, it's just nothing else is. Let's go ahead and debuff this enemy. So, they charge into themselves for 560. I do 529. That's not too bad. Yeah, I do enough damage that I should be able to kill them regardless. Oh, I do 616. He just charged and got rid of my weapon, that's right. So, I'm not really scared of these enemies. As long as they can't one-shot me, I don't really care. I'm gonna deal with the quals first, actually. So Indy Belra is kind of a weird enemy where when it spawns in, I used to have like a tech for it, but I forgot what it is. I think it's like always cast 2 Gafoes, and by then you can always debuff. That was my rule of thumb. So there's a weird period where they're visible but not targetable. I find that very annoying when I forget about that. Like, see how like he didn't wave his arm? So until those colors appear on him, I don't think he's targetable. Which I guess in some ways makes sense, but it is very annoying when you go to debuff a room and then the game is like, nah, you didn't earn it. Is there even a point to using my Mag Blast? I guess for Mag Invincibility. I can still use it for Mag Invincibility. And not from actually using the Mag Blast, just for clarity. It's just more like when I hit 100 meter next time, I want the Mag Invincibility. But let's just get rid of it now. It's not gonna do any damage. It did 279, which is still hilariously terrible. So Indy Belras have a weakness where as long as you don't move, they can't hit you. And this is an intended exploit. So I guess I can't call it an exploit in that sense. There are ways you can exploit that, but not in this particular room. So let's see, chat. Is it gonna force me to Dark Falls? That's the real question. I don't remember where your weakness is in single player. Oh, it is Gafoe. That's unfortunate. Now that sort... Oh, that Grant's actually just straight up killed me. Oh, interesting. Well, this is a problem, because I don't think I do enough damage. Yeah, we're gonna... Oh, I'm so dead. This sucks. This is actually a really horrendous room. I don't think I could do this room with this character. And I'll tell you why I can't do it. I can't move to dodge the sorcerers because of the other enemies. And I can't focus on the other enemies because of the sorcerers. I'm actually gonna quit this quest, chat. This is not... I don't think I could do it with this character. In fact, because I'm so annoyed that it gave me this absolutely terrible series of things, I'm gonna get revenge on this quest, chat. We're gonna switch characters. We're gonna roll our eyes. I'm like, of all the things it could have given me, Ruins 3, literally the worst thing. Absolutely terrible. Huh, yeah, I keep losing control in the character. Hold on a second, chat. Why is it doing that? Weird. I guess it doesn't like when I click off of the game. It doesn't like to, like, get back in the game. I had to, like, unplug the controller. So rest in peace, chat. We're giving up on the quest. But I'm gonna get revenge. I'm gonna go play something top tier. I wanted to have fun, but the game said no. So it's okay. If the game doesn't want me to have fun, it's fine. I got to play Dumpling. We didn't get any event eggs, which is a bit disappointing. So, okay, what am I going to punish the game with? Let's see. I mean, I got the 179 version of the character. That would also help. I think we are just going to... Yeah, I feel... You know what? Let's get some more faux moral representation. I feel like nobody plays this force. Oh yeah, chat. I've had enough. It better not give you Dark Falls. Actually, speaking of which, to make sure that we get to a refight on that stupid mine boss, hold on, chat. We're gonna skip the HBR real quick. We're gonna do a classic Towards the Future. Then I'll do that other quest. Very unfortunate. So we're gonna do basically the boss rush quests of episode 1. I have everything I need, basically. Oh. He doesn't have magical piece on her. That's actually kind of annoying. I want that for one boss. She's missing one item. So I don't have anything to deal with the worm boss. The other character has my magical piece. I don't think I have a spare one of those. No, I don't. Damn, I don't even have a spare fire wand. That's bad luck. Oh well. I mean, I'll play it as is. Oh, actually, speaking of which... Where is... Alright, I'll bring Charge Disca with me. That should be fine. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay. Not the most optimal setup, but it's fine. We'll get revenge one way or another. It doesn't matter. Out of curiosity, how much damage do I do in single player? Again, I very rarely play single player here. Oh, we do enough to one-hit kill. That's fine. I was gonna say, chat, we have places to go, places to be. I'm gonna say nah. Say nah to that room. Oh, my controller is acting really weird. That's fine though. That is not the one I wanted to target. Rip. Game. You know I'm hitting forward. There we go. Anyway, back to my old favorite gun for sure. Ooh, that damage is so high. I cannot wait to get a Rambling Bay with really high hit. One day, Chad. One day it'll happen. Weakness is Thunder. That's not worth doing. Let's use Charge Disca here. I love that for forces for the most part. It's like half the time when you're playing it, it's just like not even worth using techniques. It's so sad. It's just like the way they built the game. It's kind of one of those things why I don't agree with what they did. And I do feel like one of the benefits of PSO2 is they realized that you probably should be able to beat bosses with horses. So most of the time, we're going to end up using a gun or something else on bosses. There are some exceptions, like this boss. I think it's okay to chain lightning, for example, to knock them down initially. Not bad. I don't have the thing that boosts my lightning damage, so it's still probably preferable for me to Disca here. This is kind of my backup if I forget to bring a lightning wand or something. Now, there is a little glitch with this enemy. Normally, you can't get him below 2850 health. But if you time a Gazan just right, I don't think I did it there. No, I didn't do it there. If you time it just right, you can actually damage him below his cap. There's like, I don't think it's a 1 frame window, but there's like 3 or 4 frames where while he stands up, but before he does the shout that makes him invincible, you can actually stack damage on him. I've never actually killed him doing that, but I've gotten him pretty low. Like, Chris in the chat can testify. He normally has like, what, 4k health in multiplayer? And we've gotten him down to like 1,000, I think. So we skip a huge chunk of that other phase, so he doesn't even come remotely close to launch. So normally here, I would probably prefer probably Gafoe on the worm boss. And then once it beaches, I'd prefer something like a Partisan or your Spread Needle. But it's fine. We'll have to just deal with Big Gun for a while. Yeah, Dragon can't do anything. I feel bad for Dragon. Yeah, we're getting close to phase 1ing him with just 2 people. I'm sure if we had 3 people when we go to play, I am sure we could probably kill him before he does the second phase. I don't think it's intended. I don't know how many people know about that trick. I don't think you would even realize that that happens unless you see the monster reader, to be honest. So I don't think people normally playing the game would know about that. Also, I'm killing all the enemies that open the doors. I played this quest to death, so I'm basically just biding my time. So it's not quite minimal kills we're doing here, but it's pretty close to it. Let's go ahead and recover our TP here. Nice. Good enough. So it doesn't matter how quick or slow I kill this wave at all, so I can afford to mess around. I'm waiting for one enemy to spawn behind me, and once he does, that's the only thing I care about. Other than that, we're just messing around. Oh yeah. Now I want to kill that other guy, so I can ignore the guy that just punched me. He's irrelevant. Easy peasy, chat. So don't even need to kill this guy. We'll let him live. It's rare in a PSO game you get to just walk away and not just kill everything. So I guess since I don't have my magical piece, it's on the other character. I'll just equip Charge Disca. Also, I noticed that it's not even like max grind. I'm assuming Disca could go above +3. I so rarely use it. I should use it more often for sure. Cool. Ooh, looks like I got a little unlucky. I did not get mag invincibility. I think I'm gonna have to take the damage here. Unfortunate. Oh, I didn't get knocked down though. Okay, that's good then. It's gonna mess up my pattern. I got unlucky, chat. Rip. So when the enemy hits you like that, I can't get a proper combo. But this boss is unfortunately gonna go to another phase due to that. Rip, bad luck, chat. Bad luck. I could use fireballs that goes overhead just to do some extra damage. It's not a whole lot of damage, but 300 damage is like a single hit to it. Unfortunately, there's no point to even attacking the tail, because I'm never going to break the tail realistically. It'll die by the time it beaches the second time. But yeah, super unlucky. Normally, I joke with Chris that I'm like, we're paying off the developers whenever we get the mag invincibility on this boss, because it saves so much time. Like, everything you're seeing here literally would not happen had I gotten mag invincibility. So we lose, like, upwards of, like, a minute and a half every time it doesn't happen. Fortunately, the boss is almost dead. Ooh, it's not multi-targeting. This is actually bad. I'm way behind the damage I need to deal. I didn't do enough damage because I targeted weird. Please don't do another phase. I got this, I got this. Alright, we'll build meter. Ooh, that's a little rough without a partisan, chat. Oh no, he's trolling. He's already dead, chat, for those not aware. But he can't die unless he's in certain animations. So right here, he could die. What a troll. Unless some... No, no, okay. He's thinking about it, chat. He had no idea where to die. He had zero clue. He's like, players aren't supposed to kill me after the second beaching. What happens? Classic PSO moments, chat. So he was dead, by the way, that entire rock attack. So it's possible to have beaten the boss, but not beat the boss. He kills you there, which is so sad. Normally the preferred strategy here would be to... Oh, I just realized why the boss fights are taking so long. I don't have my, my last swan on me. Well, that's gonna make the Dark Falls fight take a little longer. I prefer the Last Swan to the Rambling May. Rambling May is a good weapon, don't get me wrong. And I can abuse the fact that it is a sniper that hits very quickly on this character. But Last Swan is broken. That rapid shot and gun is so stupid. I will probably do runs at some point. Maybe not on stream for it. But I definitely want more of those. I want that on every female character I have, so I don't forget to swap it out. Just like I could make myself another magical piece, which I might as well as, since I don't care about the female armor in this game that you could get with the photon drops, and I don't really use photon spheres, so fine. Yeah, like that is pretty high damage for a force to basically 3-shot. Be nice. I'm gonna just take the fireball damage here. I'm not gonna bother with it. It might hit me twice, we'll see. Whatever. Here's another room where ideally I would have a magical piece, because this would be a great room to use Gafoe on. But the enemy I'm interested in is right there. That's fine. We'll do the backup strats. So I'm gonna go ahead and do the shortcut for this room. I'm just gonna walk in through the invisible wall. Or excuse me, the invisible door. Which looks like a wall. Fake wall. And we'll debuff this Sinnoh red that comes from the ceiling. That is not my debuff button. Game, please. Alright, I will reach over to the keyboard and manually press it. You happy, game? You happy you made me manually press it? Sometimes, chat. As I said before, this controller is a little finicky. So, I have, for example, the 4 buffs assigned to the cardinal directions, and it was trying to tell me I was using buff when they're literally opposite directions on the stick, so I'm not even sure how that happens. This gives me the perfect speed for the loop. I actually don't want to fast cast that. So I actually unequip even as a female there. Males, I think they could get so fast that they loop around to it being useful, but me having a staff there actually kind of sucks. My character's drunk walking again. Please walk in a straight line. Thank you. Alright, chat, we're gonna have a revenge on this boss. What is her fastest casting animation of those weapons? I'm not even sure. Mercurius Rod is not a fast cast weapon to my knowledge, because unfortunately there's a difference between the wands, rods, and canes, which is very annoying, and only one of them is actually fast on the female, the other is still really slow. I'm just gonna go for the non-stun lock version of this, because it does the most damage. Yeah, Look how fast that was compared to the other character, chat. You see what I mean? Much better. I don't have to sit there for like 20 years on that phase. Thank you. It's like easy when you have a right weapon for it. I could have avoided that, I guess, to some extent. By, oh, oops. Surprised that didn't hit me there. I should have been hit. We're gonna go ahead and use a multi-hit weapon to speed this fight up significantly. Not gonna bother using techniques on this enemy. Oh. Ooh, he loves spamming that on me. Normally he just gives me missile back to back. Being very rude today. Really? Well, this is a big waste of time. Am I gonna have to have a counter going for how many times he does that over missile? Because I want to see missile or this attack. Healing is also okay. It's not preferred. As long as you don't do... Okay, he's doing missile, finally. There we go. Nice and easy, chat. Much faster fight when you have a character that can actually beat the boss. I guess this is my fastest kill on the Deathbringer. I had to think about it. Again, normally I would have Last Swan here, so that would be what I would use until the boss fight. Actually, these claws messed me up. I missed my hit. Okay, I got mag invincibility, which is okay, I guess. I can't really take advantage of it, unfortunately. Kind of a weird spot for it. I mean, I guess I can just refuse to manipulate the AI. Like, I could just do that, but whatever. So normally, what I like to do is I'd like to dip a little right so that they start to attack, and they go to their left, and then I punish them. Did I really get boxed? That is so embarrassing. We're gonna teleport out of here so I don't die to that. I know where that box is. I thought I moved out of the way. Apparently I did not. Right, if he doesn't want to cooperate, this is fine. I need to kill the sorcerer. And normally the setup is that as long as you go there quickly, he'll always be in a position to die instantly, because I just needed to hit him like 3 times. It's fine. So he normally does grants, and then which is the light-based attack, and then he does the insta-death. And the way I set it up, he'll always do Egid, the insta-death attack. So if I don't kill him within a certain amount of time, he can potentially kill me. Oh no, it is what it is. So kind of a slow run to the boss. I'm probably behind by like 2 minutes from not having magical piece, maybe more. Oh, I was gonna say, ideally here, I would get mag invincibility and the game pulled through. This is the only part in the game, outside of Worm Boss, where I actually care if I get mag invincibility. So, getting mag invincibility here lets me skip this phase to some extent. So I could just go ahead and... That's not the right button. I could go ahead and use a couple Regardas here for 3 kills. And then I need to get out of there. That speeds it up a little bit. Now here's an example where Last Swan is completely better than Rambling May. Rambling May locks me into place for a while, which is very risky against the spinners, whereas the Last Swan is very quick, though I don't normally need to worry about rooms like this. Fortunately, we've almost killed the requisite number of spinners to advance the phase. We're pretty close. We're off by 1. Unfortunately, I spawned behind the boss. But fortunately, I have a sniper, so it doesn't matter. Wow, that was some cheesy exploits, chat. The boss normally hits you with elemental spells. Normally. It's fine. We'll take it, chat. I'm not gonna say no to it. Speaking of no. Oh, teleported away. Okay, preferable one. I'll use that to cure the slow. I'm gonna debuff the boss. Oh, I was out of range. Oh, that was a waste of time then. Ooh, that was a waste of time. If I could get the debuff here, this would save me a lot of time. This is where having a slow sniper does not pay off, chat. I'm gonna pray for not the freeze. Okay, that's fine. So those attacks were the only time I'm able to hit the boss, by the way. I don't know why they make it so difficult to hit the boss here. But this is a complete time waste. I'm at the boss's mercy. It's probably gonna move again. Oh, it didn't. I'm gonna get rid of slow-mo. Now, fortunately, it's over halfway through this phase. This phase, ironically, ends up being the longest phase most of the time, even though it's not the phase with the most health. And it's just because of RNG. RNG can be so terrible here. Okay. I don't really care that it health stole me. But now I care because I didn't kill it. Dang. So close. Gonna let me play the game? Nope. Okay. Fine. Nope, no play in the game, chat. Better luck next time. We're using the pause trick so I don't target the spinners. I missed a double hit shot. I saw it hit once. That should have been the boss kill. Fortunately, it is not really spamming freeze. So I'd managed to get through it. Okay. We're now in the easy part of the fight. So say GG to the boss, chat, because it has a 0% chance of killing me at this point. Even if it uses Megid, I think my dark resistance is too high. It just doesn't matter. I'm out of range. One little trick I'd like to do with this boss is that if you use grants, it'll force you to target the boss. Ooh, my accuracy's terrible. It'll force you to target the boss, which will aim your gun for you. So I could kind of autopilot this. Actually, I take that back. In single player, this can double hit, and that does 1400 damage. So if I'm not at full health, that in theory could kill me, I guess. We're gonna abuse this for a little bit. Okay, I want to get it as low as possible without going to half health. I think that's about as realistic as I could push it. Alright, perfect. Do this to target the boss. Ooh, got really unlucky it didn't do another dash. There is some RNG in this phase as to, for example, whether or not it'll do multiple dashes. Sometimes you're lucky and you get like 4 in a row. That is like the best feeling in the world. So normally this would be a scary phase. Anytime you damage the boss, it hurts you. But for me, I'm like, whatever, I'm a force. Who cares? I'm used to pain. Let's go. Goodbye. Easy phase 2. Of that part, anyway. Easy, chat. Boss revenge. I was not going to do that with the other character for sure. Yeah, this character has a bonus to grants damage, so the backup strat of using grants to aim when it has like random movement in that arena and it does a random number of dashes is just super free. Since it didn't drop anything on the item reader, that tells me it dropped Masetta. Yeah, very, very easy boss. When you actually have good equipment, chat, just easy. Oh, that was almost sub 20 minutes. That's a shame. I definitely lost time by not having magical piece for sure. Oh, this character did have V801 equipped already. Oh, okay, that would explain some things. I was thinking the Gazan loop was working kind of well. That would explain it. I'll put away the charge Disca, it's fine. Yeah, unfortunately with the timer, and you can even go back and watch the video again if you don't believe me, but I actually beat the boss prior to 20 minutes, but the thing is I think for 15 or 20 seconds, that congratulations screen is counted in the timer, and I find that so obnoxious. So we might have beat it at like 1959 or maybe literally on 20 minutes. But I feel like it's at least 15 seconds because it also counts after the congratulations screen by like half a second. It's quite ridiculous. I don't know why they don't pause the timer there. Just roll your eyes, Chad. We just call those Sega things. Like, of course they wouldn't pause the timer when the boss goes through the death animation and also the congratulations screen. Roll your eyes, Chad. We only got A rank, Chad. I didn't do well enough, apparently. You're right. I should have been sub 20. I just find that so funny. It's like, oh, you get through no deaths, and it's like, you just got an A. I'm like, okay. Oh, okay, game, that's fine. I mean, to be fair, I've gotten as low as like 16 minutes, even with that delay. One day I'll get it down to like 12 with like truly optimized gear. Well, anyway, that was my revenge run. It's nice and easy, chat. Oh, she's got Cure Paralysis on? Okay, then she's all set to go. Let's have another revenge. I meant to pay HBR, but there we go. I'll do one more. Anyway, Chris, let me know if you're interested in joining after I get revenge on this HBR. All up to you. But I want revenge on this for sure. Same character. See, she's got Congeal Cloak on, which improves Sparta damage. It's okay. We're starting in mine. I should have gone back for the magical piece. Oh well, I'll take the time loss, I guess. Different version of mine, which is good. It's always nice to see some variety. Fine, we'll use some Gapoe here. Rest in peace, magical piece. Storm 1 intro. Listen, I don't want more Storm 1 intros. I just give me a Fire Staff. Are you telling me on Pink ID I cannot get a Fire Staff? What's going on with this today? Come on. There should be wands every difficulty or every room in Ultimate, more or less. But I only get Storm Wand. Rip. What a shame. Sure thing, Chris. So, what would you like to do? I will not force you to play an HBR randomized quest. It's whatever you'd like. So, I will describe to you what things would be good for today. There's a rare rate up, so anything episode 4, obviously God tier. You have the classic, probably episode 1 runs. So if you want to do some more TTF as a group, like we just did, those runs are always very quick. I guess in terms of other rares, if it was rare enemy, I would have said episode 2. But episode 2 is like, it's an acquired taste. You have to be in the mood for episode 2. Yeah, episode 1, episode 4. Like mines, for example, today would actually be really great if I was playing anything other than Pink ID. Since, for example, on Meridian, and as well as Green, as well as Orange, I think they all get B101, aka the best unit in the game for this particular server. Also, there's only Red Sinnoh, so you might as well just gun them down. You're good with anything? Well, Chris, I want you to have fun. So think about it. What you would enjoy the most. If there's a character you want to show off on stream, maybe that'll influence things. You have your high-level raw cast, but if you want to level other characters, today wouldn't be a terrible day for it. Oh, photon drop, nice. It's a side currency in this game. There's a lot of random currencies. Sega did not really learn from having too many currencies from this game and only added more in PSO2. It was kind of a problem, honestly. Going off for a raw cast is always fun. I'm gonna say, and then it sounds like at least some HBR in there. There we go. I got the stun lock. Oh, love getting the stun lock. So Barans also have an exploit, which I really, really do not think is intended. But if you wait, not frame 1 that they're able to be struck, but a couple frames late. So the setup on it is kind of weird. Sometimes I could get it with Gafoi, sometimes I can't. It really just depends on what the Gafoi is in the room. But essentially, if I attack, the frame it recovers from hit stun from something small, I can force it to repeatedly just jiggle in place and not attack. And that is completely an exploit, because I don't think they ever intended for you to stun lock that. I genuinely do not think they meant for that to occur. But it's one of the only enemies in the game you could get an actual true 100% stun lock on outside of Del Saber. But Del Saber feels more intended, comparatively. Like, that one requires you to use really specific techniques, and the way it interacts with it makes sense. Whereas Baran's, I don't think that was intended. It's just a side effect of them taking a while to boot up. Technically, it's not a pure infinite, as it will slowly advance the timer they need to pause before they move, but it often results in them just being completely useless, which is kind of funny. So yeah, I could do some huge casts, or rock casts. I'm trying to think what character I would play to support. This character is always fun and all, but I think we need some more variety for me. I'll probably pick maybe my Fomar. He's got really high ATP, so I could do the exploit on the Vines boss a bit easier. I guess to articulate what I'm doing, there are 2 rooms I have to clear in order to make progress. So I just cleared one half of the rooms. I got very confused the first time I played this particular quest because I was like, I'm not used to needing to clear other rooms to open other rooms. If that makes sense. Like, if I'm in this room and I clear this set of enemies, I expect that red door to open, but that's not necessarily the case in this quest. So it breaks some of the classic PSO dungeon tendencies, which is a bit weird. It's not that it's like bad, it's just that if you're not aware it does it, it's very confusing after having played the game for a long time. You're like, is the quest broken? What happened? Oh, he hit me from behind and messed up my combo. What a god. Goodbye. Anyway, we're having a very easy clear even without the fire one. We're pretty solid character-wise. We got max accuracy, allegedly max evasion. Allegedly. Yeah. I feel in general if there are people that are still picking up the game, or if they do happen to actually be playing on the Ephinea servers, I definitely don't mind giving random techniques out. I have so many. It literally wouldn't even be a bother to me at all, so if people want it, just let me know. I can't promise I have like level 29s of everything, but I have like 27 plus of those things. And they are spares of spares. I mean, I have like, what, 8 forces? And all but I think 1 force is fully decked out. Oh, well, technically 2, because Pumpkin's or... Yeah, I think the character I was playing earlier was missing Ryuker, but otherwise she has everything. It doesn't matter. Oh, I guess she has D-band 29 and not D-band 30. I guess she is not technically maxed. Whatever. Yeah, I'm just using the Rabarda there just to set up the attack. Makes it nice and easy. So, other than that, we haven't been seeing any Easter egg drops. A little disappointing. It's a 1 in 500 chance, from what I recall, on ultimate difficulty. So, every 500 kills, in theory, shouldn't that be one? I have not seen them. Donde está... Oh, there we go! I was like, Donde está la egg? There we go. Where's the huevos? I need the huevos. There we go. I got the event egg. Thank you. That took forever. I literally completed 1.5 quests, basically. There we go. It was about time. Try to find and busy these before you can, before the event ends. Thank you. I was gonna say, that's timing. Yeah, hopefully we end up with more eggs, but we'll see. I'm gonna get rid of the slow-mo that's on me. There we go. Nice and simple shots. Speaking of which, does this have hit on it? No, it doesn't. I'm getting a back attack from Brands. A little unfortunate. Okay. If that was multiplayer, that would have been me staring into the face of death. But hey, single player, we'll take that damage. Listen, if it only wants to do 450 and not 1500 damage, you know what? I'll take that. Chris definitely knows what I'm talking about there. I was looking at a Brands at sub 1000 health. Oh, that would have been insta death in multiplayer. Insta death. Been like, oh. That's okay. We'll take the free win. Definitely praise the egg. Chan, I did think of something for more commands. I think I might have something special for you. I don't know if I'll promise it Tuesday, Thursday, but definitely by next weekend. I have a very special command idea in mind. I just have to re-record one line. And then I think I have it all set up. I'm not even gonna spoil it, but other than to say it's related to Valkyrie profile. It may or may not be based off of one of the many stupid scenes that we saw in Valkyrie profile. Spoilers, I guess. To look forward to that, chat. It's gonna be accompanied by the face. It's gonna have a face with it, chat. So you get to look forward to more faces you can put into the screen. Yeah, that doesn't narrow it down exactly. There are so many faces. It could be anything still. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm gonna... See, I think I can re-record those scenes without music. So I'm gonna go grab the voice clip of the character that makes the face. And then we'll just have that as a thing you can pop up. It is quite something else. Goodbye. See, this is like such peaceful clearing. And, well, and then Brands comes out. Well, it was peaceful clearing. Now it's just annoying. Okay, hold on a second, chat. We're gonna go for the other possibly intended exploit. There we go. Where if you put your back to a wall, the Brands is not able to hit you if it's by itself. So those lasers will hit me, for example, but this Brand should no longer be able to hit me. We can exploit this. The downside is it's able to work. The stupid lasers will hit us, so let's use some fireballs. That's what makes this room annoying, chat. I no longer care about the Brands. It can't hit me, as far as I know. Those guys can, so let's deal with them. Not moving me away from the Brands. That's actually a problem. Not bad. Not bad. There we go. Proof of concept. You can see him. He's attacking. He's trying really hard. He's doing his best, chat. Listen, he's an enemy in a Sega game. He needs all the help he can get. Let's be real, chat. And we're gonna go ahead and end him since he can't possibly hurt us. There's my other little fun tip against Brands. If you can't get the stun lock, if you can't burst them, just line them up against the wall and laugh at them. You don't even have to spin around them, which I think is definitely the intended technique. But you just go, eh, your targeting sucks, deal with it. It can still technically work when there's two of them, but there is a small chance the missile will not hit the Brands between you and the furthest Brands. It won't do a lot of damage, but you'll still get hit. So I'm not going to say it's like a perfect strategy. It will kill the Brands in front of you, which may or may not be faster. It really honestly just depends on how the missiles land. But it is nice. Oh, what easy kills, chat. What easy kills. Loving it. Sure, I'll go for a debuff here. Why not? I think it's faster to Gapoe the room first, because I'll kill every enemy, and then I can just use my solo shots on the Sinnoh. Oh, he actually hit me diagonal. Ooh, well played. Made my shot whiff. But we should be coming up to the exit very soon, because I've already gone through a few doors now. There we go. That wasn't a perfect stun lock, but I'll take it. Unfortunately, you can't do the stun lock once it fires its first set of missiles. That is a little unfortunate about the strategy. But fortunately, I could just tank it since I'm a high-level force, and I don't have to care about things. That's called force privilege, chat. Like, just tanking shots and just using rest at the end. Force privilege. Okay, are you... Okay, who designed the enemy waves in this room? Did you really surround a Baranz with the nearly unkillable dub chicks? Really? And now it's gonna get stuck on them, so I can't use my wall strat. How annoying. I disapprove, chat. I highly disapprove. I know. That is a pretty terrible wave, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, as long as it's not two Baranz, it's not the worst it could be. Two Baranz like that would be so garbage. But yeah, that was a pretty bad wave. Oh, I'm just gonna go for the freeze here so I get hit less. And maybe kill the Sinnoh Reds. Oh, I got confused apparently. That's unfortunate. Nice and easy kills. Super easy, chat. Oh, that almost killed me. Good job, Baranz. You did it. You put me at low health for the first time in a while. Now, also the downside to this gun versus the last Swan. The last Swan hits 3 times. This gun will hit twice per shot. And the way these robots work is it just counts number of hits for whether or not they get knocked back. It's a random chance. Not my favorite change in ultimate mode for sure. So having the last Swan gives me 1 extra chance, and it fires quicker than the other gun. So I normally don't have to worry about them ever reaching me, because I'll always knock them backwards. So it's not the end of the world to use this gun. This gun is optimal in a lot of scenarios. It's just not optimal here, unfortunately. So I'm very much used to the other strategies. So for example, if there's a lot of enemies really quickly hitting me like this, I might not be able to get to the combo portion of the gun. So I might only be able to do single shots. And since my normal accuracy is kind of bad with the weapon, I would rather get the normal shots with the other gun. My grinder, sure, why not? I picked something else up that was not the Trimate. Oh, I have a random telepipe. Let's just throw that away. Literally useless. Evade material, literally useless. Just gonna throw it away. Parasham. Oh, actually faster to Gapoe this. Even without the fire one, this is faster. Another power material? That's a great material. Everybody loves attack damage up. Unless you are... Oh, I picked up this one. Fail. It's over here. Yeah, that's good. I tried blind firing. I did not aim correctly. That was the me thing. That was player skill issue, chat. That was not the game. Yeah, see, if you attack too quickly, you don't get the stun lock there. But that was just showcasing what can happen. So that's why I go for, like, really slow, deliberate presses. If you're wondering why I did that with the Gazan, like, there were faster ways I could have used the Gazan, but I actually don't want to do that. Like, I can learn to time it on my own, but there's just certain weapon setups that, with or without V801, will guarantee the stun lock. You gotta fish it out per character, because it is different depending on what character you are. It's not like, oh, always do this and it'll work. No, it is almost literally per character. It's at minimum per gender. Nice and easy kills. I'm doing something called Gafoi stacking, where I have Gafoi from previous spawns, as in like I killed one room with Gafoi, and then another spawn comes in and they get hit by Gafoi, and they just immediately take the damage. So not every enemy has invincibility to existing spells. So for example, the Sinnoh Reds spawned in and took a lot of Gafoi damage. Even though they're not weak to it, it still did like 900 plus, because I had so many Gafois from the previous wave killed that it didn't matter. Here's an example. Maybe we'll see it if this isn't the final wave. Oh, this is the final wave. This is... Oh well. I tried to explain it, but nope. Final wave. I see a tri-fluid somewhere. I might pick it up. Yeah. Kinda worth it. But I have a feeling we're going to be going to either boss or area after this. See where it goes. It is boss. Oh hey, I get revenge on this boss again. Nice. Let's equip my ye old IATP item. So 1,916 attack is quite high. I would be very happy to have this with most characters. I got mag invincibility here. It doesn't really matter. I can tell that because my mag is bobbing up and down and I got the yellow glow. But also I just have a tracker in the upper left, so I don't have to think about it. That is not... Oh, I can't actually... Oh, made a mistake. So one downside is that for certain characters, my Gazond is on my other palette. So if I have Mag Blast, I can't actually Gazond. So, oops. Display. Ooh, Gazon, you are not behaving with me today. There we go. Fortunately, we're almost done with the boss. Sadly. Sadly. It really doesn't have that much health, so if you're able to actually damage it, quite nice. Oh, I put away my charge Disca. I didn't think about that. I guess Vivian might be faster than Rambling May. I've really thought about that before. Yeah, that's okay. Done. Pretty solid. And sometimes actually still faster than Charge Disco, sadly. Just because when I crit with it, it does so much damage. If I'm allowed to complete the combo, I think this is better than Rambling May. Easy. Yeah, this is one of my favorite weapons for sure. And, oh! This is one that only is dark, so this would benefit a lot from enemy percentage of machine. Because I do end up using it on machines quite a lot. But dark is a good backup for this. Yeah, I'm not dealing with this. I'm just gonna resolve this room, chat. Okay, so we were talking about Del Sabers before with exploits. I think this one is intended. So if all you do is Rabarda, there's nothing they can do. They'll try to swipe at me, but see how they go into that stagger animation? They are programmed to do that whenever they're hit by a spell, and Rabarda can freeze them. So they'll either be in that loop forever or just get frozen randomly, and that will also kill them. I ran out of TP at an unfortunate time. Anyway, this should be a quick clear, comparatively. Debuff myself a little bit here. Did he really make me miss the I hate that so much. I will admit, they are really good at making annoying spawns. These are normal wave patterns you will never see in normal PSO. That I find so annoying. Let's deal with this enemy. We're going to use the strategy of grants to re-aim, and then I should automatically hit with Rambling May. Rambling May is useful in this scenario. That way I don't have to reposition. So it is still useful to have a gun, even if melee is my preferred damage choice. Because walking over there is slower than just shooting. That's not good. Oh, this is a terrible wave. I'm in trouble. This is a terrible wave. Really, I can't reposition at all? This sucks. And he's out of range, of course. I'm gonna die here, chat. I'm gonna try to dodge this. Okay, I dodged that. Let's kill these so I get to play the game. It's most important I get to play the game, chat. Okay, good. I got to play the game. We're good. Good sorcerer. I know, it's like two shooty arm guys with the indie Belras with the sorcerer with insta-kill is a terrible combination. So I'm either forced to take damage or die. Since it's not usually possible to deal with both of them easily. In multiplayer, that's not a problem. Somebody would just get your back with like a ranger spread needle or something, and it would be easy. But in single player, you have to think about those. Those challenges are a little not quite fun if you're certain classes. You're just kind of like, why is this happening? But fortunately, this character is pretty versatile. I can play as a sort of a ranger, and I can play as a force still. And where needed, I can play hunter, but normally it's not beneficial to play hunter style. Unfortunately. I mean, I guess if I had a partisan, like for example, I think Madam's Umbrella and Twirl's Parasol are both decent partisans for the female. But I prefer the one with charge. We'll get some free easy clears. See, this is what's a great wave. Everything's weak to one element and free stun locks the Del Saber. That's a great wave. Now this is an example of a terrible force wave. Everything is a different weakness. So this is like, if you don't have a partisan, this is gonna take a while. Speaking of. It is still sadly faster to shoot them one-on-one than it is through matching their elements. So sad, but true. Oop, reposition with Rance, without removing the character, and get the kill. So we're going through this ruin pretty quickly. I should be done probably in the next 5 or so minutes, unless something terrible happens at the end. I'm trying to think. Is this the 4th area or the 3rd area? If this is the 3rd area, then never mind. I have like another 8 minutes of that. Unfortunately, due to the random nature of the levels, I do lose track of which one I did. I think it was at Mines 1, Mines 2. I guess we're... Oh, so this is only the 3rd area. Okay, never mind. We got more than the quest. I worked out the math, chat. It didn't add up. A little bit of an annoying wave. More annoying that I ran out of TP right at that moment. I needed one more Rabarda. Ooh, I didn't get the freeze I was looking for. Here's another enemy where you kind of exploit them with Rabarda to stall them out. The enemy's hitbox is kind of weird. It doesn't really work at point blank. Oh, what the heck is this? Okay, I killed one. This is gonna be a problem. This is gonna be a big problem. What am I gonna do about this? I have to dodge the Megid. I don't know where it's gonna come from. There's one. Okay, dodge the Megid. Did not dodge the Megid. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, Chan. They're out of sync, which is not good. Oh, that one fortunately has no orbs. That's useful. Yay, we got through it. All that matters, chat. Got through in the end. Making sure I'm focusing it. There we go. Just a little out of range for consistent hits. I'm actually gonna walk forward slightly. Yeah, that's much better. The distance does decrease your accuracy as you think it would. So taking those 5 or 6 steps is actually kind of crucial to not missing every strike. I'm gonna say, I saw that Del Saber trying to sneak up on me. Nice try. Get frozen, get wrecked. Deal with it. Yeah, he never got to play the game. He just got frozen and then just tried shaking it off repeatedly and failed. Poor Del Saber. Now here's an example where I think it would be faster just to Kapoe this rather than trying to melee them. Even without magical piece, it's still faster to do it this way. Okay, so this should be the final area, but we might still have to fight the final boss. We'll see. How dare they, chat? How dare they? Actually, out of curiosity, if I actually bothered to debuff their defense, how much damage do I do? Oh, all of it. The answer is all of it, chat. Okay. I mean, it's better to just, if you could kill in 3 hits, it's better to do that than to debuff and then kill in 2 hits. Unless there's a lot of enemies. I usually just don't find it worth the TP usage. I'd rather just conserve the TP. Unless I'm a character that can easily get TP back. Like, this character technically can. If I really want to, that Indie Belra can be a source of TP, which I guess I should show off at some point. But since I'm mag invincible, let's well show it off briefly. Absorb some TP. Still mag invincible, so I can still get some TP here. Nice. Lots of TP gained. And I just straight up killed them with the TP gain. That's kind of sad. I guess it just shows how strong she is with this weapon. Okay, mag invincibility is off. I might as well just use it for damage. And unlike the other character, this will actually do some serious damage, especially when I'm wielding this weapon. This might kill the people around me. I do have Shifta. Almost. Pretty close. It did 4 times more than the other character did. That's all that matters, chat. Target him. There we go. We're already near the door. Let's just keep going. Oh, it's gonna be this garbage room. That's right. Except this time, I can insta-kill him, so I don't have to worry about multiples. Oh, he made me miss. So close. Now the problem with this... Oh, I actually popped his crystal. Never mind, no problems. Get wrecked. Nice. So I did so much lightning damage, I actually popped his offensive crystal, so he wasn't able to make it there. That was convenient for me. So thank you, this character doing enough damage that I could just focus on one at a time. A little unfortunate spawning spot for me. I can't really stop this enemy from doing what it's about to do. Do this though. Diamate, nah, I don't really need those. I'm gonna say, what do you think the odds are the game will make me fight a boss at the end? I think it's technically listed as 3/4. Pretty high odds. Anytime you clear an area. Technically. Whether or not it does it, I guess to be seen. I mean, it made us skip caves altogether, so we'll see. It could technically go somewhere other than... Actually, I don't know. Would it give us spaceship at the end? I think it is limited to 4. This quest, as I said before, this is not a normal quest, so I'm not familiar with all the mechanics of it. I know you could extend it to be longer. I don't want to do that, so we're just gonna do the shortest possible route. Feel it's guaranteed I'll fight Dark Halls. Fair. As long as I can get through the I rotate around the arena and chuck elemental shots at you phase of her, I think we'll be fine. Ooh. Ooh, what a terrible wave. Oh no. The chat is not aware, this is one of the most annoying enemies in the game. It can only get hit with with physical attacks when its little glowing head is up away from its body. And fortunately, I have spells to deal with this. I would not want to play a hunter versus this room. I'm looking at that and I'm like, no way. They're on different levels. They're bouncing around on the floor. It's terrible. Oh, I remember this room. Now I remember. There's gonna be like absolute garbage back to back as soon as I find the teleport. Where's the teleport? I remember this. Remember this, Chris? Isn't this like 4 Deathbringers and the Belras for no reason up here? Yeah, whatever. Hello, Darkbringer. Okay. Oh, I went through him by accident. My bad. My bad, Darkbringer. If I didn't whiff that, that would have killed you. Speaking of if that didn't whiff that, where is the tip box? Excuse me. What a wave. Yeah, this room makes no sense. I don't know who designed this particular phase. Look at, how is that fair? Why is he allowed to go down there? Excuse me. Not fair. Get out of here. Thankfully, my Grants does a lot of damage, so I don't have to actually bother going down there, but that's super rude. Super rude, chat. Disagree with that. Enemy spawn completely. The fact that you could be, like, stranded up there and it could just do whatever it wants down there is horrible. What a waste of your time to go chase it down if you're a melee character. Fortunately, I'm a force, so I don't have to completely conform to the nonsense. Fortunately. But I'm telling you, if I was like a mostly melee character, that room would upset me. I still feel upset from having played a hunter briefly. One day I will bother leveling you more, chat. Is my least level character on all systems. One day, chat. One day. Whatever. So it's actually faster to melee that than to just use Grants immediately. But now that he's already injured, as well as Grants him. I think he's still like sub 90. I just like one day, chat. I'll bother leveling him. I think the problem with him is like everything he does, I feel other characters do better. So I feel it feels really hard to be motivated to play him. Like I would never play him over a Ucast, and I would never play him over a Ramar. And both are very similar either in role or in terms of like what benefits humans give. I guess I could just walk forward. Just kind of as well as recover TP while I'm here. More Dark Gunners. Take your head, chat. We're gonna be here a while. These things are not meant to be purely killed with spells. You can do it, it just takes a while. We'll get there. Got his little death shot off. Good for him, Chad. He did it. Oh, ill. Ill, what is this wave? Ill. Ill. 4 sorcerers and 2 Darkbringers. Oh boy. We're having fun today, chat. Oh, thank you, overpowered double blade. You're my favorite weapon right now. Glad I did not have to respect that nonsense. Speaking of not respect the nonsense. There we go. We'll just go into a battle of melee will.
This one is special.
It is very special. Uh-oh. I don't like where it's sending me, chat. Uh-oh. We're in a long room. It's gonna lead into the infamous Dark Falls room after this. I'll know in the next doorway. Let's get rid of these enemies. Who knows? Maybe it'll make me spaceship or something for no reason. Oh, I should have been paying attention to the enemy names. There was a giant shooty arm Miggy. Oh well, I'll still melee. Since they're already melee range, there's no point to swapping the gun. The gun is just slower and weaker at that point. Although if I get knocked down, that's a big waste of time. There we go. Better. So there are 4 sorcerers. If they spawn on top of each other like that, that's great. If they don't, oh, this is a problem. Yeah, I'm gonna respect the other person's Kamika. We're just gonna run away. Perfect. Okay, he's gonna try to heal since I made him skip a spell. But, spoilers. He's not gonna get a chance. So we should try to light attack me here, but it doesn't matter since I'm dead already. Find out, chat. Moment of truth. Uh-oh. We're in the infamous room. Yeah, this is slightly faster than just using... Oh, now it's not faster. Oh, if I'm only targeting 2, it's actually faster for me to grants. Fortunate. If there's 3, then it works out. If you do the math, because every single Razan will potentially deal 600. All 4. Where? What is this? How is this fair? Okay, what is a melee character supposed to do about this, chat? The enemy is really far away. Look at this. I disagree. I disagree with this room, chat. They should not put Death Gunners in this room if they're gonna do that. If they're gonna wall off the room, they should not be allowed to go through the walls there. I'm just saying. Is there another one still in this room? Are you kidding me right now? Where is it? Oh my gosh, chat. I want you to actively boo whoever made this quest. Who put the Death Gunners in this room and let them go through that wall? Who did that? That's not Sega's fault. Sega doesn't... This is not Sega's quest. They need to fix that. That is so stupid. Like, literally, what would you even do as a melee character there? I had to use a goes through wall line of sight attack in order to hit them. That is so bad, chat. That is so bad. They deserve to be booed. Don't do that. See, listen, I'm all for new content, but if you're not gonna playtest stuff like that, like to just spend like 10 minutes and think about whether or not that would be fun, don't do it. Like that's like a really obvious thing. Like, this room is huge. Therefore, if anything could get beyond the barrier, it would be impossible to deal with unless of a force. Like, if I was a ranger in that scenario, unless I can literally fire through that wall, which I don't think I can. I mean, we could test it real quick. Is there a way to tell if they went through? I guess you could still fire through it, but you'd still have to line up the shot, and it would still be a blind shot. So it looks like you would maybe be able to hit it with a sniper rifle. So if you were a ranger with frozen shooter, it's probably still okay. But if you're a hunter, you're just done. I would just quit the quest. Not be worth your time trying to wait for them to come back. They're not coming back. Because you wouldn't be able to see like when they're targetable, by the way. That's the big thing, as I said before. You cannot hit them with physical damage unless their head is up. But you can't see that because there's walls in the way. And there's no indicator on the radar to tell you that they're targetable. Yeah, hunters would be so done on this quest. I would have quit if I was a hunter on this quest. Been like, nope. I would be like, play test better, please. But it's okay. We're playing as forces, who arguably are some of the least play-tested characters from Sega, as they have the most exploits, I think, of all the characters. Their technique cheese through walls. What a thing of beauty. You could tell that they didn't really think about the forces that much, because in their early episodes, aka like the Dreamcast ones, they didn't do door invulnerability correctly. So I'm able, for example, to cast fireballs in one room, and then it can kill enemies in another room completely. And the enemy has no chance of ever targeting me. They definitely did not playtest that, chat. I mean, I think they realized it eventually, and they fixed it in the later episodes, but no, not on initial release. They did not test that. I don't know why they didn't test that. But we'll take it, chat. We'll take any exploit we can find. Yeah, Ruins, they tried to overcompensate it. There's like a really large dead area near the door where you can't do anything, and that actually results in its own set of problems. For sure, chat. Let's go this way. I'm not even sure if we're gonna go to Dark Falls. I feel like Dark Falls is normally on the other side if it's gonna do it. But who knows? This is a custom quest. It could be anything. It could take us to episode 2 for no reason. The party must go on. I really wish I could play that on stream, as I do like that song quite a lot, as I like Sengoku Basara. But the problem is that that has lyrics, and that will get copyright immediately. So I'd rather not mute my VODs. I'll pass on that. As much as I enjoy that song. It switched targets mid-swing. That absolutely sucked. Okay, at least I killed one of the sorcerers. If I could kill another one, I think it'd be good here. Not gonna be able to... Ooh, this is really bad. Probably gonna die here. Oh, I resisted. I was gonna say, because the sorcerer is between me and the door. Oh, speaking of door and vulnerability. The sorcerer was between me and the door, and it was also had the crystal in a way that I think no matter where I would have stood, it would have hit me. Its Megan level is like slightly too high to dodge most of the time if you're very close. If you're at a medium distance or long distance, it's very easy, but if you're within like, I don't know, like 7 character steps, I feel it goes too fast. It just goes way too fast. Okay, I have no idea where this is taking me. Where are you taking me? Oh, you are taking me to Dark Falls. Oh, so you're just playing with me. Okay. I thought we weren't gonna do Dark Falls for a moment, but apparently not. Surprise! Dark Falls. Leave this weapon on for now. This should be fun. Nice chat, I got mag invulnerability. That's all that matters. Yeah, it definitely faked me out. I didn't think with where it was taking me, it would take me to the portal, but it's like, no, we actually just have a separate warp to go to Dark Falls. I'm like, oh, okay. Oh, custom quest, you're so zany. Why am I glancing? I forgot what button my Arda was for some reason. Fine. My fingers will relearn characters eventually. Absolutely silly chat. Oh, that's a lot of kills. Nice. Like that. Ooh, I must be 1 shy. Yeah, it was. I forget the exact number. I should know. It's either 8 or 10 per player. I don't think it's 9. But I had a feeling in my heart I was 1 off, and indeed I was. Well, I'm not behind the boss, so I actually might get hit by the spinners here. We'll see. Yep, they're messing up my shots. How unfortunate. Slightly worse phase from the last time we did this. That's okay, we got through it. Not a huge time loss. That was like 6 seconds because I got hit by the spinner. But I had to reposition a bit more than I normally have to. I managed to get the debuff. That'll save me some time. I'm just gonna rest it here. I don't know what the boss is doing. Okay, I don't want to stand dead in front of the boss. Okay, we'll take the fire damage. Can only get 1 shot on the boss. We'll rest it. I'd prefer fire to freeze. Hear the slow-mo. So this is the attack I always want to see, because I can get the most consecutive shots in a row. So if this boss does it again, I'd be really happy. Grants actually does decent damage on the boss. You consider that going forward, actually. Again, you don't want to use spells in multiplayer, so I gotta relearn the single-player strategies. Really, all misses? That sucks. That should have killed, but the misses made me Love the phase. It's unfortunate. How did that not kill? Oh my gosh, the double shot missed on one of the hits. It did 223. It should have done 400 and something. That is also very silly that the double shot can miss like that, by the way. I think that makes no sense. The double shot should either hit or miss, chat. I don't know why. It rolls separately for both. Alright, so as long as it does go below 5k health, it won't enter the next phase. I'll just weaken it a little. But it's actually a pretty favorable pattern if I didn't whip that. Yeah, not a bad amount of movement, and it stayed really close to me, so that was decent RNG. It could have been slightly better, but I think that's just being really picky at that point. Like, I'll take that kind of phase over everything else it normally does. Let's see what the boss does here. Well, that's actually perfect. It's gonna have a really short phase too at this rate. Exactly what I want to see. I might have to do one more of these phases. It's gonna be really close. Oh, now it's not. I have to kill again. Dang. Almost. Slight misplay on my part. I could have mag blasted, I think, to dodge one of the early shots. But it's dead here regardless, I think. As long as I heal. Yeah. Okay. Goodbye. Easy Dark Falls, at least. So it was very nice to me on the previous phase, so even though this phase was slower than the previous one, this was still faster. Dark Falls clear than the other one. Oh, I should have tried mag blasting during the cutscene. That tends to mess up the game, and I always get amused by that. Oh well. Maybe next time, chat. Just drop me Escape Doll. I mean, I guess. It could drop me worse, I suppose. I mean, I guess I used one this run. I think I got Megated at one point. So sure, I'll take it. What do I want to drop in return? Let's just eat the dye fluid so I can pick this up. Better play. So yeah, quest finally completed. Nice. 176,000 experience. That's actually... If it wasn't such a long quest, that would actually be really great. But I guess if you don't like the other episodes, it's not bad. I'm gonna make sure I'm in my share bag real quick. Put this away. Can't play that on stream, unfortunately. Let's see, how many Easter eggs am I able to do? Don't recall. 58. Okay, I got quite a lot in there. Plus I have to get rid of the anniversary badges. So if people do want, as I said before, oh, I'm gonna get rid of this storm. It's literally useless. I have like 5 in my share bag, I don't really care. But if people do want some of these spare wands or whatever, just let me know. Otherwise, I'll just junk them. That's not bad. So I need 799,000 to level. I think when I started, I don't know if today if it was like that, but when I started, I think it was at 1.2. This character to level. So like, it'll get there. It's very slow at this pace. It's okay. Okay, Chris, so if you'd like to join in, now would be the time. I'll probably swap characters. I could play my foam arm. I will make the game. We'll do some TTF, I think. A nice and quick clear. But we'll do a standard password. Who cares? Game is up. I'm just looking to see what I got. Cure paralysis, perfect. Unidentified gun. Oh, a Vulcan with 40 hit. Nice. I'll identify that later. Damn. Not too bad. I'm a long way away from leveling. That's what happens when you play with 180 plus characters. While Chris is getting ready, I guess I can see what else we have on this character's mobile bank. Maybe identify these guns. Now, I think this was a Geist Vulcan, which is extremely good, actually. So if I can roll this with 50% hit, this would be great. Peckers are kind of weird in this game in that they will give you variable stats on what it really is. The rule of thumb is you can make it 10% higher, so that is exactly what I wanted. So technically, I have a decent ATA with stealing TP with this. Not terrible. Okay, Chris is going the game. I'll go ahead and put this away. Oh, I can't do that. Get wrecked, apparently. I'm out of room in my normal bank. Fine, then I'll just put this in here. Let's go ahead and start the quest. We get to see the chunga of the rock spawn. There he goes. Probably to go get healing items. Yeah, we'll just do a quick TTF. Maybe we'll do 1 or 2 really short quests, and then we'll probably be done for the day, because I've been playing games for quite some time. I think I want a break. This is more meant to be my kind of vacation anyway. But thank you for sticking around if you've been watching to this point. Yeah, maybe we'll do 2 TTF back-to-back, I'm thinking. Be a good way to end. Who knows, maybe we'll get the red ring on stream. It is technically rare up. Oh, that is so easy in multiplayer. Using the pause trick to avoid targeting. Press down to that, we'll see the red ring. I mean, you can always believe. I don't recall the odds offhand. Is it like 1 in 126? Who knows? Maybe it'll happen. Well, I'll probably call the next game Red Ring or Bust. I have a feeling it'll be Bust. Very easy, simple clears. Just switch to Magical Piece, I think, for some extended damage here. Nice and simple, debuff him so I can get more meter. I doubt I'll hit 100 mag blasts by the end unless I really get slammed by something. I'd rather build it here than not build it at all. I'm gonna go for the trick here. Oh, I got it. There's the trick. Yeah, we got it on stream again. So it skipped his health down. He was at 4,800. It put him at 3,800. So it's like, it's just like a small window. I don't know how many frames it is. I've never counted it. It doesn't feel 1 frame. I feel like it's probably 3 or 6. It's a fairly generous window. I will put it that way. And we managed to stack it. Barda 15. I'll take that for new players. Another dive village. Yeah, I just don't even waste my time with those boxes. They're literally never useful. Such a shame. I think if you are one specific ID, it can drop you an item needed for the Clears deal quest, and that is it. Otherwise, I will never open it. Always forget if it's white ID or purple ID in this server. Because you want a very specific kind of gun. But it's not on like an ID you think it would be. Oh well. Away we go. Okay, I got my weed whacker. I'm going for the lily. Bye, Lily. The important thing is just reaching this room quickly. Clearing this room, not really relevant. I can always wait for Rox to do whatever he wants. Oh, he's just gonna paralyze the whole room? That's not very fair. Yeah, I would be up for a TTF or... I guess I could do one episode 4 class? That would be all I think I'm in the mood for. Those usually take like 30, 40. I was trying to see if I could Kafoi kill anything. Okay, wait for Rox at the teleporter. There we go. Nice. Where was the Magnet Vulnerability when I played earlier? Multiplayer privilege, apparently. Let me start by debuffing the boss, that way we can do more damage. There we go. No matter what part I hit, I think it's dead. And between Asteron Belt and Spread Needle, this thing is gonna die. What a fast phase. It's really unfair. Honestly unfair. I like spamming Gafoi during this to pop the boxes. Sometimes there's useful items here. Sometimes. Nah, nothing this time though. Since they're gonna be spamming a lot of spells, I guess this should magical piece. Now, if I don't have V801, I'm curious if it's faster to unarmed pass to kill the mine boss, or to still wield, like, my Asteron Belt. Like, the ATP versus cast speed dilemma. Those are things I should probably learn. Those are things where maybe people in the chat would know. I would definitely welcome that knowledge, for sure. That is just not something I experiment with enough. Box, slow. Use a magical piece for that Gafoi bonus. Fortunately, most things in this area are weak to Gafoi. And the one time I have to do anything other than Gafoi, I'm going to be using Gazan, which magical piece also buffs, so that's useful. Box with a very quick shot on the turret. Gives me a little bit of time positioning for the next room. But it's not like make or break. I'm gonna go for the far left one. So I got body blocks, I'm just gonna go for fireball. Come on, we got backup straps. Okay, they might spawn more or less dead. I'm gonna go ahead and run to the next room. Oh, controller, please. Straight line controller. I promise you I'm not jiggling the stick. Just that fraction of a degree is off. Spawn the other enemy so we can get the kill. We're out of here. I guess actually we should probably kill this room. You know what? Because it is rare enemy up, the Sinnoh Blues on green ID I think are the ones that get V101. But we might as well actually just finish this room. Normally I like to go for speed, but it's fine. I'll lose a minute and a half farming for V101 since it's actually a pretty quick spot. And this might be the most efficient spot for Sinnohs. Because most of the time if you go to mines, they're very spread out and it's not usually worth your time. Whereas here, you get really easy back-to-back bosses. And I think you get Holy Ray and Ephinea, the worm boss. Not bad alternate weapons to go for. Looks like there is no V101 for me today, but that's okay. Can't win them all. I'm gonna equip my weapon here and just dive fluids and prep for the robots. Wow, they're not even getting a turn to move. That's what I want to see. We could go ahead and shift this guy out a little bit. And I will chain lightning to get the switch faster. Or nope, they went too far. Back up this 360 lightning. Now I'm out of here. Chris has murdered his way to the exit. Always appreciate that. Let's see, I'll try Astron Bell to see if this is faster or not. I'll cast slightly slower, obviously, compared to unarmed. But I'm curious if it matters or not because of the damage increase from Astron Bell. Because I would like to know that. But it looks like my shift is about to wear off, unfortunately. Oh well, time to find out, I suppose. Oh, game, come on. Okay. You know, if you're not even gonna cast Kazan while I'm looking at a valid target, you know, that's... Alright, okay, Astron Bell is too slow then. At least in multiplayer. Single player, I think I can get away with that. That is so annoying. One downside to Kazan is that sometimes, if you press it while they're not targetable, it won't hit them even if they become a valid target later. So pressing it like a few frames too early, even though the cursor is there by the time the spell comes out, it won't retarget. Oh, don't shoot him. Oh, I had him in the stun lock. I'm good now. I went back down on. I'll just go for the simple loop then. Come on. I'll switch back to Astron. Just kind of unfortunate. So yeah, Astron I think would work in single player. It definitely does not work in multiplayer. But anyway, good to know. Keep it in mind for the future. Fortunately, I don't have a multi-hit on this character. Probably save some time in TTF. Future if I do bring one. Even if it's not anything amazing. You're trapped? Too bad. I'm finishing the boss. I'm not wasting time. I'm gonna win. There we go. Next area. I was like, you got enough health. You can survive it. It's fine. I'll just beat the boss. It did look like the partisan can multi-hit if I break apart first. Weird things that don't normally come up, I guess. Keep it in mind. I'll heal the rock spot. I'm gonna rely on Chris to deal with this enemy, as he's very annoying for a force to kill in multiplayer. Nice, he got the paralysis. Do some follow-up damage and dead. Let's heal Chris. Now I'm gonna go for the AI manipulation, so I'm gonna pause. We could get it. Just gonna go to the right. Go to the left. Make both of those hits out. Nice. Working as intended. I love that strategy. I don't know how many people do that, but man, that saves so much time compared to fighting them. Okay, Chris already killed the sorcerer, or else I would do backup sniper position. Now my goal is just to go along the right side of the screen, what I did before. Use the pause trick to ignore enemies, and I think that tries to follow this. Chris will probably kill the target before I get there, so I'll just keep running. Okay. Now I'm gonna pray for Maggot vulnerability. I'm gonna pray for it. I'm gonna unequip my weapon and hope I get the Ravarda spam. I'm just testing my buttons. Nice, got it. If I go in a straight line from here, it'll be good to go. Don't wiggle the stick, come on. Perfect, true neutral input. Rockspawn has cubed us. We've been cubed. So yeah, we're on track for a pretty quick clear. I think we'll get sub 20. Like, we messed around getting V101. So, like, if we finish at, like, 2030, that would have been sub 20 for sure. We literally fought 3 complete waves we didn't need to on purpose. So, I will take that for sure. A little bit of damage there, a little scary. So unfortunately, we're kind of close to each other, so we might end up killing each other's targets. Oh, I got touched of death. Rest in peace, me. Do I want to return to Pioneer 2? Not really. I got a little greedy. I got greedy. I don't have escape dolls, apparently. Uh-oh. Thank you, Chris. My bad. That'll cost some time. That is all my fault. I got greedy. Anyway, debuff the boss at least. Be nice and easy. Or... okay, I'll just end up behind the boss again. Oh well, 2 misplays. I probably should have predicted the boss would do this. But it's fine. I have some backup damage here. Yeah, the game wants me to use Thunder. I'm not going to use Thunder. It's still worse than just using the gun. How did that not kill? Now I'll consider Thunder. Oh, I'm going to go and try to buff myself. I have to remember I lost my shift up. Damage. I'm not sure what the boss is going to do. Hopefully it stays near me. Or... okay. Okay, favorable pattern, favorable pattern. I'm gonna go in for the debuff. That way Chris does even more damage. Get some pot shots of my own in there. I don't expect to be doing any damage to the boss. It's basically gonna be Chris carrying the rest of the boss fight. I'm gonna try not to get hit by the super death beam. See what happens. Okay, that did like no damage. I don't care about that. Yeah, freeze is the scariest one for sure, because it sets you up for spinner damage. I want to see the attack where it rises and falls. Every time it doesn't do that, it is a waste of like 20 seconds. Speaking of which. Oh, I actually got some pot shots on that. I heal Chris with the rest of there. Oh, actually... oh, we got the favorable pattern. Nice. We can end on this phase. No, I'm still at full health, which is excellent, because that will let me walk up and debuff the boss as quickly as possible. But Chris might actually be able to get some pot shots on this boss before it becomes invulnerable. So it's always consistent at the beginning. It will have a brief period where it pauses and then it becomes invincible and slices you. But when I do this... yeah, see, I got like an extra shot that I would normally not get had I had to use Resta. A shame it went to me instead of Chris, because my damage is going to be terrible. Well, it's probably going to target me, but I'm going to run towards Chris and pray. Oh, it targeted Chris. Oh, okay. Whatever. So it's almost at phase 2. At this point, I'm just going to weaken it down. I'm just going to assume it's going to go to phase 2. Do some grants on it. Ooh, excellent. We got an extra dash. Doesn't need to do that. Oh, but it was very short. Oh. If it had lingered even just a half second longer, it would have taken so much damage. My goal here is just to heal Chris. He's going to face tank to me for some extent. Now, the mags, or excuse me, it's actually not going to be invincible here, so we can actually do a lot of damage here. Oh, never mind. It wouldn't have been. Oh, I'm super dead. Just keep shooting. It's fine. I'll just try to out-heal. Alright, we almost killed it. Oh, okay, there we go. Go ahead and have it die fluid here. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep healing. Okay, boss is guaranteed to die this phase, no matter what. That wasn't too bad. I didn't see what the timer said before this cutscene. This is like, again, this whole cutscene, the timer is still going. So if you don't believe me, just take a look again. So this is still going. It's going on over 10 seconds at this point. It's still going. It's still going. So it's more like 20 seconds. Wow. It's a long time for the timer to keep going, chat. It's ridiculous. Still going. 17:46. Okay, that's pretty solid. I'll take that. Anytime it's sub 20, I'll consider it a decent run. If it's anything over 20, too slow. Or even 20 is too slow, honestly. It means that definitely some optimization of weapons is needed. But anything getting close to like 12 minutes, it usually just involves really good Dark Falls patterns. Like, you could technically save a little bit of time here and there, but... maybe monofluid. I don't even know what it gave me, but it wasn't anything useful. I just ignored it. I was just like, whatever, I don't care. So it's a pretty successful run. Nice and easy, nice and quick. I'll be switching over to, let me think, a different character. Mix things up a little bit. I don't like the Fomar for episode 4. He's okay. There's nothing technically wrong with him. It's just not my preference. I love his red ring with his ridiculous MST defense and ATP. Super useful for other areas. I think I will play... maybe my orange ID. I'll play the Faux New World. Or I guess I could technically break out the Faux Newman. It's been a long time since I played him. Thinking about it. He's technically slower on the episode 4 clear boss. That's the sad part. He's actually slower. Anyway, I'll make sure to get the reward. Yeah, because I died. We caught this escape doll. Or escape doll. Yeah, well, I'll play episode 4. Chris, you could bring whoever you want into episode 4. I need to think about the name of the quest that we're about to do, since it has been a while since we did it. You're worried that you killed me? You got close. I think as long as you never power attacked, I don't think it could kill me. But it did get pretty close. I took like 900 at one point. It's quite a lot of damage. So we were playing the Faux New World earlier, but this is a character that's a bit more complete than the other one. The other one is not quite ready for what we're gonna do here. I'm 2,000 experience from leveling, I'm so close. So she is all decked out in ice gear, aka the best element to deal with the episode 4 boss. You know what? Easy peasy. Oh, you were delaying the shot, so that would explain it. Probably for the best. I'm attempting to vaguely recall what the name of this quest was that we have to do. It's a massive attack. Which one is it? The E episode 4? It's not... It's definitely not... I guess it has to be. I don't think it can be anything else. Yeah, this has to be what I use for country. Hey Kirk, hope you're doing well. We're gonna wind down with one last run. I'm feeling super hungry. Some attack 4 tickets. Should spend those at some point. I say Chris is transitioning between both the game and the Twitch chat. The master of the chat over here. I have a bazillion scape dolls on me, tons of fluid, tons of defense. Actually, did I have 3 heavenly bodies on me? I actually don't need to have those. Let me put one of those away. If I take one of them off, what is my defense? 366? I'm I'm only off by 24 defense? That's not too bad. I'll actually be able to take off a Heavenly Body soonish. Hope I'm doing well. I think for the most part I'm doing fine. We tested a little bit of Mayhem bot in the beginning. Not like an actual run, but just making sure the bot changes are working. And we had an unfortunate series of random rooms it decided to give me when I wanted to play with the Twitch character. So I decided, whatever, we're gonna get revenge on the game. And so I'm playing my top tier characters. But eventually I'd like to level my Twitch character. The goal is to use the Twitch character at least once every time I go to play it on Twitch. But ideally, I want to start playing it more when we get the XP ups. And I'll just do some really easy quests. It's fine. It's been a while since the game has put me in a position that's been quote-unquote difficult. Nice, I got a level up. More importantly, I got defense. I actually don't care about MST anymore. I just want defense, base defense. I'm going to be spamming tons of Gofoe. Yeah, there's an Easter event going on. We haven't seen many Easter egg drops on stream, but I have quite a few put away in this storage bank for later. I'll probably cash out on stream, see what I could get. If I end up with like a sealed J sword or something, it's going to Chris. He's been dying for that weapon forever. Well, my eyes are getting struck by that. That's fine. Yeah, as long as I'm playing an ID that has some okay-ish items, I don't have to go for like the very boring. I usually do green runs this area or pink. I guess I could go for limiter. Oh, that's what I should do later. Well, that would be great actually if I could end up doing that with Chris on stream later. If it's XP up, if we do this quest, or actually the random episode 4 would be better than this quest because potentially wouldn't even have to do the boss. But if I do that with XP up on pink ID, I can end up getting limiters. I would love more of. A very, very great drop that turns into add up, which reduces TP costs. Gives me 6 to all resistances, and it's basically, I think, the same strength of a hero unit, 10 to every other stat. Pretty solid. Oh, and really high accuracy. It's a very broken unit for sure. So maybe if I play next week, because I think, yeah, because I'll probably end up playing Wednesday if I had to guess. Just as like a not usual stream hour kind of thing. I'll probably play some episode 4, because it'll be this rarity that we're seeing, 25% rare. That should be okay. Hopefully you're doing well, Kirk. We're just messing around in PSO. Willing to chat just about anything. Speaking of which, Kirk, I was looking at your Twitter, and I saw that there was something called Pathfinder 2nd Edition. So I did not realize that they re-released a new version of Pathfinder, because it's been a long time since I've been paying attention to that. So have you looked into that at all, Kirk, by the way? Or is it just like one of the recommended tweets I saw while going through? Meant to ask. It looked like they were basing it off of 4th and 5th edition D&D. I was curious if you took a look. Because I know we used to play Pathfinder back in the day. I think I kind of liked the system from what I was looking at, but I didn't go too in detail. I saw things like, if you think of like classic D&D, we're gonna go on very big tangents, chat, I'm just gonna let you know. But for classic D&D, for example, you roll the 1, it's a crit fail, you roll a 20, it's a crit success. Like that's kind of been there since like the dawn of time. But I was reading in the Pathfinder summary, not like the individual rules, I don't have time for that. That they changed it so that like, if you're 10 over the difficulty of the roll, it's considered a crit success, or if you're 10 under, it's a critical failure. So I think that is kind of interesting. I think that might end up being a huge buff to high AC characters. I'm not sure if it still considers 20 like an auto hit. I didn't go that far, but it seemed like they aren't. You haven't looked into Pathfinder 2nd Edition, but I've seen a lot of chatter about it online. Yeah, that's why I was just kind of like, oh. When I read it, I'm like, what do they mean 2nd Edition? Because from when I did it, they based it off of, what was it? D&D, technically 3.5 for the most part. Which was okay. I don't think it solved the problems I had with D&D, where I feel like if I had to summarize why I don't play D&D as a player and why I would rather host the game comparatively, I feel like as a player, my options kind of suck, right? Like, all my thinking, all of my strategy is done prior to a game session on the character sheet. Like, it is usually a done deal. Like, I either have this option and I need to optimize it, because that's just how D&D games work. You're either really good at it or you're just terrible, and there's no point to even doing it. And I just feel like, in particular, if I was playing like a melee class and you're like your traditional 3.5, you either hyper-focused and you were able to do a lot of damage, but that's all you could do, or if you tried being a generalist, you were terrible, and your combat options were very limited or non-impactful at best. Kind of like things like, there are a lot of feats, for example, like let's go a little more specific, I guess, if I'm being too vague. So let's say you were a attacking character in any game, and you look at the D&D options, and you see things like, oh, there's a disarm, there's a trip, there's a grapple, and you're like, wow, I'd really like to use all of these. And then you go to look through how those are implemented, and while they make sense and like I should not be able to easily tackle or like trip a giant, for example, the problem is that as you get further and further into the high-level D&D, the monsters get larger and larger. Large monsters get size bonuses to strength. They also potentially get bonuses to combat maneuvers if you want to categorize things like that. And they will scale so high that either you find the most broken set of abilities ever in order to just do one of those techniques, and it's not even guaranteed to be useful, or you just literally can't do it after a certain part of the game. And I feel like, I know that to some extent you want to brain off when you fight, but I don't feel like I'm making any kind of meaningful choice at all in combat. And I want to give like a parallel, right? Without needing to talk about fixing the size bonus issue or the natural extent of what happens in a D&D campaign from like a meta standpoint. But let's just talk about another series that I do like that Kirk introduced me to, which is like Mutants and Masterminds. So like, for example, in that one, they resolved that issue of the character not having options by letting you freeform a sheet. But let's say you're like, oh, that's cheating. Let's say you get very rigid. Let's say you don't pick your character. Let's even just rule out the fact that it's a point-buy system versus a class system. So we'll strike that. We'll say that's not a valid argument. Even when I am fighting something like a minion, which is a very easy to kill enemy, there's not really a super equivalent in D&D. Essentially, think of it this way. If I hit the minion, it will die. Essentially, if it takes lethal damage, it's out. There's not anything equivalent, I would say, in Pathfinder. Like, there are weaker monsters you can summon, but they don't play by that same set of rules. So, for example, I can know that, oh, as long as I do damage to a minion, and I can identify what minions are versus bosses, I'm able to go, I, as a character, without needing to spend 20 million points in defeats, can decide, oh, I'm going to do less damage on a physical strike to improve my accuracy. And I get to make a judgment call as a player, and I feel more involved with the game. Now, does it slow the game down? Potentially. But at the same time, if all you do are the same strategies, there's no problem with it. There's just something that's more optimal, and you're able to make those choices on the fly. Like, for example, you can have things where it's like, you know, do I move and just get a single strike on the enemy? Do I go for the multi-strike? That exists to some extent in D&D, or not, yeah, in D&D it exists to some extent with like the concept of the full round actions. Yeah, and you could take 10 against minions. Like, there's just a lot more options there. I really wish D&D honestly caught up to, and that would make me a lot more interested. It depends on what music it is, it's whether or not I should use it. If it's anything with lyrics, no. If it's like Space Harrier or sad PSO theme, then that's fine. I am assuming the Sonic themes will get copyrighted. Yeah, but it's just like there's a lot more thought process with it where I get to also play around with their defenses. Oh, open your heart, yeah. Oh, I got a Musashi? Oh, thank you for the music disc. So, like, even in those scenarios, like, D&D also has that clutch problem that even in 5th edition, I don't feel that they solve. And for anybody that's played it, they're very much aware. There are different ways you can hit a character. So one is normally something called the armor class, which is the number your physical strikes need to do in order to land. So they might have high armor due to having like a natural hide, maybe they're wearing scale plate, maybe they're very dexterous and they're able to dodge, whatever the case. Now, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. The problem with it is that in 5th edition, for melee characters, that's all you can hit. That's literally all you can hit. So compare this to the spellcaster in D&D. The spellcaster can do things like touch attacks, which ignore the armor bonus from heavy armor, and it only looks at things like dexterity or magical deflection. They can target things like your willpower. So if they recognize that these guys are mooks that are easily manipulated, they can make a judgment call and decide to control them. They could say that, oh, you know, if those guys are really smart, but they're really frail, maybe they could try to poison them. And that would go against what's called a fortitude check. Or they could go, oh, it's like a big dumb oaf who has no dexterity. Maybe I'll do a reflex shot, so I'll do like a ray beam or something like that, or like an AoE, for example. And you, as a spellcaster, I think have probably a little too many choices in combat comparatively, which is not too terrible, I will say. That's not like, it's not like a game-breaking thing to have too many choices. But comparatively, the fighter has like nothing they can do. And I feel like, to me, that's a big issue with those kinds of games. I just get very bored playing as them. I'm just reading through what Kirk is saying about 4th edition. Oh, yeah, they tried to have a version of that in 4th edition. Okay, that's good to know. I skipped 4th edition. I looked at the player handbook, and I never ran a game with it. So I am familiar with some concepts of it, but not all. I do know they tried to give the fighter characters more to do. So in that sense, 4th edition, I think, did well. I think they just made it a little overly convoluted. Like, there's a lot of, like, oh, you're in 15 feet, but now, oh, he's 30 feet away, so instead this happens. But then he's next to this guy, which also gives an aura bonus, and then this guy has an aura bonus, and then, like, it's stacked a little too much, I would say, in the long run. So for me, that's a little hard to deal with, unless you're dealing with, like, a very typical tabletop grid-based system. Where it's something like a Pathfinder or a Mutants and Masterminds or a D&D, you do not need to have a literal grid to map advantage. You could just say, oh, you know, you're striking them in the back or you're not. But I think one of my favorite things, and I don't remember if it was on Kirk's Twitter or one of the recommendeds, because it always likes to recommend topics to you. But while I was browsing Kirk's thing, I think there was a funny thing where they're like, if you look at this grid, does this creature have flanking or not? And I think those are very funny and entertaining for people not familiar with D&D. In particular with how large character flanking works. So that's what I mean. Like, there's some kludginess to it. For those wondering, if you can't draw a straight line from the center of the character to the other center of the character, it's not a flank. That's the easy rule of thumb. But from a logic standpoint, you could have two characters on two opposite sides and it's not technically flanking. It, like, is technically off-center, so it doesn't count. There's all sorts of nonsense. For sure. I feel like if you go to older versions of D&D, it became like a kind of hilarious conga line. I like to call it the conga line effect, where everybody's just standing behind another person, so they're just incidentally always flanking something. That's usually what combat devolves into. But yeah. It's just one of those things, chat. Oh, an actual tri-fluid, nice. See, chat, I could talk all day about completely unrelated topics. Well, I'll take a small break here. Someone needs some tri-fluids. I see Kirk laughing in the chat. But yeah, I mean, just even concepts, Kirk, like, things that have existed in D&D, that exist in Mutants and Mastermind, but are just better. Power Attack. Power Attack is the easiest one. Expertise in D&D, where you trade your hit bonus for defense. It's just better in Mutants and Masterminds. The trade-off is better. the amount you could choose, you have more control over it, especially on certain editions of D&D where you have to take like a hard amount. So if I just want -1 to hit and just +1 to my toughness, essentially, I could do it. And it's just a lot easier, and I can kind of decide on the fly what makes sense for me. And I think inherently, because it is a point buy system, it will always allow you to introduce complexity if you need it. Like, you could say, for example, like, I have a really great AoE attack, but it costs my movement and it needs a standard action to fire. Whereas I could just have, like, a very quick but weak hitting strike, but it can multi-target comparatively. Like, the goal is to just take out a ton of minions. And, like, those kinds of mechanics exist in D&D. It's just that I would say, like, a good 70% of them are never going to be on a melee class. And the few times that people are like, oh, the warrior can do this, 9 times out of 10 they're talking about a spell. And I'm like, well, that's the problem. You can only do that with spells. They don't have a lot of abilities per day. They kind of solved that to some extent. What was it? There was a fighter package. I don't remember what they call it in 5th edition, where you had a limited number of dice roll where you can use it to do the equivalency of combat maneuvers. But I still don't really feel like it worked too well. Like, it sort of solved the problem, and yes, it did introduce some options, but it doesn't still introduce it in a fluid sense. Like, it should have been like, your points should have empowered it, and your empowered versions of it are there. So I'm okay with saying, like, you can attack and do an action. Like, that's a very valid use for, like, a limited per day. Because obviously it would be very powerful if you could just always disarm trip or, like, trip attack, etc. The Battle Master, thank you. I forgot what it was called. But I still feel like ultimately it doesn't inherit it. I wish there were ways to make that more interesting to me rather than per day or short rest. I wish there were ways to recover it on purpose in combat. Like, it obviously you wouldn't be able to do, like, full attacks or something, but I would have liked some kind of scenario, like, you just take a full round to recover or something and just gauge up for it or something. Or, like, some difficulty check where, like, if you do this first, you get, like, 1 free dice unit, or dice roll against an opponent. Exactly. I feel like it's something that should have been in the base class, and something should have... Like, those dice rolls should have been just empowering what it could already do. Whereas, like, I don't feel like the base class can really do that well without magic. If you say with magic, then it's like, yeah, well, magic solves a lot of things in D&D. But the problem is, if you're going for more of, like, a talent-based character, it doesn't really fit flavor-wise particularly well. And I don't feel like the system really supports that. It really assumes you at some point take magic. Or basically you're just creating an NPC character as far as I'm concerned. Because your options are attack repeatedly, maybe sometimes take an extra turn, which does introduce a little more thought. But again, it's like very limited thought. It's like, is 5th edition better than the earlier editions of D&D for that? Sure. But did it solve the problem I have? No. So, just one of those things, Jen. Like, I don't mind them simplifying the rules to some extent. Like, advantage versus disadvantage, I think could be interesting. Particular to make flanking, for example, for rogue sneak attack a bit more consistent. Like, I'm okay with those kinds of quality of life changes. Where being able to induce disadvantage or advantage on enemies, I think is a very interesting tactic. Like, can you imagine if the fighter could just consistently get, like, disadvantage? Like, if he's fighting something and he chooses to play defensively, he can grant like, disadvantage to the enemy. So he could just become really unkillable if he wants to. Like, some of those, I think, do exist at extremely high levels, but the problem is, like, if you play a D&D campaign, especially if you're playing from level 1, you will almost never see those. In particular, if you're playing from a level 1 campaign, I feel like the fighter is not really any different than the earlier fighters. It isn't until, like, level 3 where your character starts to actually be different enough that it's like, oh, you know, the world is opening a little more to me, kind of thing. Whereas, like, in Mutants and Masterminds, it's literally like, oh, as soon as I play the game, I can be at that complexity. Like, it just works better in that sense. I have Mag Blast. Do you want to use it, Chris, on the next wave? finally got slapped enough for it to matter. So, I don't know, chat. There's a lot in there. I feel like... What is the word I'm looking for? Player... Not choice. Agency. That's the word I'm looking for. I feel like player agency is still kind of lacking with the martial classes. And I do think 4th edition fixed that, because you have a lot of options you can consider at any given time. So, but again, it introduces its own slew of problems. But who knows? Maybe one day I would consider taking up a Pathfinder 2nd edition. We'll see. It would be a lot of time for me to dedicate rereading all of those rules. I would not be familiar with it. But I wouldn't mind trying it out. Yeah, I also have to say that for some of the point-wise systems, it is a lot easier to BS encounters in those than the D&D. So it's kind of hard to justify using something like a template-oriented monster approach, which is what D&D uses, where it's like, oh, this race always confers these bonuses, and it has these things, and it has to be of this CR, blah, 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 blah. It's just much easier to BS in Mutants and Masterminds. I could, like, brain off every encounter. I'm like, oh... I could just assign the difficulty dynamically. I don't have to justify his stats at all. I can just say he has those stats, and I don't have to think about it. So definitely from a running standpoint, I prefer something similar to Mutants and Masterminds comparatively. Yeah. Like, if I just want to say, oh, you know, for a fair attack that I think you guys would go against would be like, oh, it would be a damage 6 ray attack that this character can use at will. And then I just declare it, and then therefore it is canon. Like, I don't have to look anything up. It just, he has it. I could give him more, it's important to think about why he has it from a story standpoint versus like a combat standpoint. Whereas in combat, it gets really tricky, in particular since D&D is more of a gear-oriented one. So I have to really sit there and go like, oh, you know, if he has this item, should he be using it? Is it in his inventory? Is it like a potion? Should I roll some of these things ahead of time for like the loot tables? Things like that. So it's not the best for on-the-fly encounters. So usually for a D&D campaign, I have like some base level encounters kind of prepped ahead of time. Like a high level of what to expect, but then I do want to map out like what that actually gives, because with something like Pathfinder or D&D where it's more loot oriented, I want to generally tailor the rewards to benefit the players. Not every item has to be for their build, obviously, because that would just feel kind of weird. But in general, like I'd be like, oh, you know, this player has this mechanic, so I have to make sure at some point that this mechanic is useful. Whether it's like, oh, he does double damage with this, or he prefers short swords and long swords. So if some of the enemies happen to use that a bit more than I would do normally, I have to kind of think about those things. Where Mutants and Masterminds is like, you played this session, you get the XP, you level how you want. It doesn't matter. Yeah, if you have the points for it, you got it. Exactly. So you just say, like, what would be the equivalency of challenge rating in D&D? That would be the number of which it would just be a very easy brain dead choice of how tough an encounter would be. So like a CR5 in D&D, the enemy can have anywhere between like 3 and 8 levels, or a number of enemies makes it very difficult, whereas like CR5 and Mutants and Masterminds is like, oh, his max attack can be 5, you know, or some combination thereof. So like 2 attack and 3 damage. But I could just BS it. Like, I don't have to think about it. Yeah, so exactly. So that is one of the weaknesses. It's hard to tailor rewards from taking stuff from other players. It's not meant to be like a loot-oriented game. It is definitely a mindset change. So for players that are looking to do dungeon crawling, it's... I'm not going to say hard, but you have to put in a lot more work than you would for a D&D campaign, because you have to... Yeah, you literally have to think about how that would be justified. Like, you could break down anything in terms of power points and figure out what that would be as a magic item, but then you have to sit there and actually write it. There's not like a pre-built table. Like, you can't just open the player handbook and see like, oh, this is a fireball spell, or this is a, you know, boots of swiftness, or this is a, you know, amulet of deflection. Like, those things are not pre-built for you. So if you're looking for something that is that heavily item oriented, I would agree. That is something that is not its strong suit. Now, it does benefit from having one-use items. So you could generate a whole bunch of one-use potions, one-use scrolls, and that's fine. You don't have to think about it. Because I think the game is more meant to be tailored to that, where you don't really pick up items as you go. But you can pick up some random things and say like, oh, you just, you know, it has enough power for one charge, or you say it just has 2 charges. And you could just declare it thus, and it's canon. But again, it's like, the process of setting up a game, I feel like if I want to BS something, it's much easier in Mutants and Masterminds. If I sit there and plan it, it's a little easier with D&D, because there's going to be a lot of templates and stuff like that. So it really just depends on, I guess, the playstyle. There's Kirk is saying literally CR5 in Mutants and Masterminds. Very true. So it is just very silly challenge. So again, it's just the kind of things. Like, if you do look at it as literally like a comic book story, like if you go and you play it like you're playing a literal DC or a Marvel comic, those heroes don't just randomly grab items that people have. Like, it's just not something that happens. Like, they knock out the enemy, or they tie him up, or, you know, they defeat them in some scenarios, but they don't usually loot them. So I think that's more of a side effect of D&D, is that people go in and just start looting people, and they're like, what's wrong with you? But yeah, absolutely. If I want any encounters, I'm like, okay. They do give some enemy templates if you want to get an idea of it, but it's very easy just to say his power does X and has this weakness, and you don't have to sit there justifying it by looking at race templates or you know, monster racial abilities. You don't have to see if it syncs up with other things. You're like, oh, does that cause any weird things with tackle? It's like, no, he just does it. No, he just has like ferocious charge. Deal with it. Like, who cares? Do you have to spend all of his points? No, and that's the beautiful point. Yeah, that's actually the other big thing, is like, if you BS like a character in D&D, because classes are so rigid, like, they have to have a certain amount of health. They have to have a certain amount of resistances. They have to look a certain way, or else it's not going to work quite right. And you have to sit there and think about all like their spell uses or things like that. I do think planning like spellcasters is kind of complicated in D&D compared to Mutants and Masterminds with that. Hey, try. But yeah, just not the case in Mutants and Masterminds. Again, just a very different focus of playstyle for sure. I do think there are things you obviously have to ban in the point-buy system. They don't make sense for the campaign. Like probably ban things like Immortal 20. Just literally can't die. You just revive like the next day. Just an inconvenience to you. Time travel is probably out in most games. Although that isn't to say you couldn't just treat Mutants and Masterminds and say, I really like Doctor Who, so why don't I have a device that acts like the TARDIS? And then the DM's like, okay, then it works that way. And you don't have to write anything, just agree upon it, that's all. Mutants and Masterminds about agreement, whereas I feel like D&D is more about rule lawyering, like, oh, that feat doesn't work that way with this spell, or because of this condition it doesn't work. Mutants and Masterminds, like, DM's like, no, it just works that way, don't think about it. Just like, don't think about it, it's fine. It just works that way. It works how the DM says. the DM is law. Over. Or excuse me, GM. So the game master, not the dungeon master. Excuse me, the social faux pas chat. Hopefully you're doing okay, trying. Me specifically was going on a long tangent about role-playing games. Not sure if you played some. I know you mentioned a long time ago the older D&D. I'm not sure if you played some of the more recent ones, for example. Oh yeah, it's all about the agreement. Because you could do a lot of things on paper, but then they're like, nah. Banned. Just ban it, it's fine. Wow, I got Mad Blast again. It's crazy. I guess I'll use it. Oh, I should have asked if Chris had it. My bad. Should have waited for the response. I just assumed because he was a hunter. My bad. I was taking it to the face a lot as a force, which I guess did charge up my meter pretty quickly. The plus side of having terrible defense, chat. She is the fastest to build a mag blast for sure. No worries, Chris. Not your fault. Yeah, it's just one of those things, you know. If I get back into tabletops, I don't know if I would ever stream it. I would feel, I don't know, I still feel very self-conscious when it comes to acting and things like that. Like, I already feel kind of weird doing voices with the RPG characters, but I know people appreciate it, so I try. So, yeah, I'll let Chris go forward. Hopefully, chat, this is Kandryu. This will be the brief moment I talk about BSO. Kandryu? Damn. Oh well, I'll take 8 million, I suppose. Kandryu is the rare version of this boss. Oh well. It is what it is. Yeah, I'm just looking for ways to make it a bit more interactive. Like, I think, for example, some of the early versions of D&D 5th edition had things I actually thought were interesting, and then they dropped the mechanic entirely, and I was like, oh, that sucks. So people know what I'm talking about. They had a thing called the Expertise Dice in the 5th edition when they were first starting out, and that used to be on the rogue. Yeah, let's go ahead and delete these. Where that functions the way I was hoping the fighter would have worked in D&D, and they didn't do that. So for people not aware of that, because again, it was only in the D&D Next demo, it wasn't even in 5th edition by the time it came out. You could dedicate a number of dice rolls either to your hit or damage, depending on how many you had, or you could use them towards skills. They refreshed, I think, after short rests and other things, but it was just something you could add for free. Yeah, it was from the 5th edition, and I think they sort of put that mechanic on the Battle Master, but like that was a class feature on the rogue, if you're not aware, Kirk. And I was like, man, that would have been so cool on the fighter, because that's what I'm talking about. I want to make those decisions like per combat, like, oh, is this guy a threat? Do I need to elevate my damage? Like, those are the exact scenarios I wish I could address while playing that game. Yeah, I think I still have the demo of it somewhere. It's like not... It's not like the last demo they released, but it wasn't the first one either. It went through a couple of iterations with the Expertise Dice, and then they dropped it altogether. Like, they changed the value of it to be slower, I think, at one point, and then they're just like, yeah, it just doesn't work on the road. I was like, man, what a shame. But that's what I'm talking about. The ability to decide how a dice is used in combat, I think would have been really cool for either the rogue or the fighter consistently as like the class ability. Like, even if you're just saying like, oh, you know, I'm just gonna dump it all into damage, which is fine, you can do that, but there's some scenarios where you're like, man, this guy's really hard to hit, I wish I could add my accuracy. I just wish you could make those kind of dynamic decisions. Kind of missing from there. Also, why am I using this? I'm using Rovarda, the staff. Oh well. I'm just gonna heal spam since I can't reach the boss. Tell it to Chris. Free to be here a while, chat. The spinner says no. I think I did hit the boss there, so that's good. Let's see, can I... Oh, I got hit. Dang. Slightly too early for me. I can use Resta to dodge that technically. Resta has like 2 iframes or something. You can use it to dodge attacks. It's not meant to, I don't think, but I went for it. Also, that enemy, wow, his head slid me way out of the way. Spin to win indeed, chat. I'm sure chat saw that. I was glitching out. I was teleporting all over the place, but you know what? We'll take it. We'll take it. The very depressing "Nothing is Gonna Last Forever" song. Thank you, PSO. The lyrics are extremely depressing. The music is upbeat, though. I received nothing. Yep. Yeah, nice clear. 34 minutes, pretty solid. shorter than the HBR quest, and you can see comparatively this gave 234,000 experience to the, what was it, 150 or 160,000 experience. So it's just always faster to do episode 4. If you can handle it, it's just always worth more XP, and honestly, the items are pretty good still, if not top tier. Oh, poor guy, he's hearing the music loop. I'll spare him. So, who knows? I mean, I guess if chat is really up to it, I could do one more of these runs. I don't mind talking and doing it. I can kind of brain off as I play. It sounds terrible, but it's true. I really can just go on a complete tangent and autopilot what I'm doing in the game. It's like breathing, chat. That's where I've gotten with PSO at this point. It's just like, okay, I'll recognize when I'm injured or knocked down. That's all that matters. Oh, it shifted 29? Why, thank you. I'm sure somebody would be up for that. Yeah, we'll do another one of these. I think this quest is pretty fun. There's like enough going on with it that I think it's mostly interesting to watch. The Gerda Bulu requires some strategy, like whenever he knocks me down, I gotta pay attention a little bit more. But yeah, it's just one of those games, you know, I can have a nice conversation about anything. Like, we're just talking about D&D. Chris is basically getting the equivalency of a podcast as he listens. But, you know, I can go on long tangents sometimes. Hopefully, Chris is enjoying the conversation. I know he is into D&D to some extent. I figured, why not? But let's go ahead and hand this quest in, and then I guess we'll do another one. I'll probably even stick to this character. Already got the tickets, that's right. 20,000 Meseta, terrible. Terrible reward. I'll make another game. Easy peasy. It's a really great rare rate up. Actually, speaking of which, I will briefly talk about PSO. So for Orange ID, the Surface can give us Slicer Fanatic from the Satellite Lizards, Vieta 1 from Zoos. I would love some of those. The rare boss here, Kandryu, gives Lame to Argent, which people might recognize as Excalibur once you upgrade it. Otherwise, the drops here are okay. If Chris has a different ID, I'm okay with him making a game too, potentially. But I'm fine with playing Orange. Enjoying it, still new to D&D, but it's fun to hear and learn about new to tabletop games in general. Yeah, I don't know who really started me off with D&D. I guess it was like friend to friends, where I saw them with the books and I didn't understand what they were, so I asked them about it, and then I read through the books. I had some interest, and that was like around 3rd edition. And by then I'd realized it was kind of similar to Baldur's Gate, and I didn't realize Baldur's Gate was just a D&D game, because I just didn't know. I was like, oh, I played 2nd edition, so 3rd edition isn't too much of a leap in logic. You'd be purple ID or green ID. You want to, yeah, actually, do you want to do purple? I almost never do purple here. Purple would be amazing here, actually. I'll go quit the game. Only if you're up for purple, though. An old friend from high school who got into it via Critical Role. Is Critical Role, is it like a podcast? What is Critical Role? I don't know what that is. Oh, there's somebody that says help, I'm new. I don't want to join them, but I'm also wrapping up the stream. Oh, yikes. I do want to give away items, chat, at some point. But I want to post in the, if there's a Discord for Ephinea, I want to post in the Discord that I'm giving stuff away. Like, I'm very tempted to join them, but it's fine. Well, because I'll get distracted by that. We'll do one more run. We'll do our Easter giveaway at some point. There are too many settings and rule systems you haven't played yet. Any in particular you're looking to run, Kerr? Let me know, Chris, when the game is on. Yeah, I kind of like, oh, I don't think I streamed that when I gave stuff away on Christmas. That is such a shame. I should have streamed that, actually, now that I think about it. I remember talking about it, and I'm like, oh, right, I didn't do that until January. I don't think I streamed that. Critical Role is like a Twitch stream campaign by professional voice actors or something. I haven't watched it, but he plays it. Oh. Oh, yeah, no, actually, no, that sounds familiar. I think Kirk showed me it once. You can blame Kirk. But, Chris, we'll be doing a Massive Attack E Episode 4. The weird naming schema, I had to think about it. It's just the same quest we did last time. Yeah, I sort of recall it. I think I've seen an upload of theirs before, but it's been a while. This would have been like 6 or more years since I last saw them. And I know there's quite a few people that do similar things, so it could be very easy to mistake them for something else. I forget if they were on a big stage or if it was more of a casual Twitch thing. I've seen both. Yeah, purple ID here would be really interesting. We could potentially get more Yashminikovs. Can you imagine Yashminikov with hit Chris? How godlike that would be? I would love that. Also still a V801 from the birds, which I would prefer, because I don't have enough of those. Yeah, because you use the Yashminikov, I think, on your Q-cast currently, or the raw cast, aka your double sub-machine gun. You can actually get it with percentages here. Really good. You have more, but those are the top ones. I have to look at the list again. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you, Kirk. I don't recognize any of them, but that's a good thing. It just shows there's a lot of variety out there in the gaming world. Also, I realized my buff didn't go off. Let's get closer to Chris. Star Race, not a bad item. Pretty high in terms of defense. If all I'm looking for defense, it's not too bad. Put out some fireballs here. Ooh, another escape doll. Although I was also thinking of you, Kirk, because because you know how, like, if you follow somebody or watch somebody, they start recommending things. They were talking about, like, if I were to do a tabletop RPG of Hades, with how the tweet started, I thought of you, Kirk. I should probably forward that to you if I can find it again. I was kind of laughing. Because they're saying they would do it from the standpoint as you're a god trying to help Zagreus. That's what they wrote as, like, the follow-up to that. Suppose a Shadow Run at some point. You know what? That's a system I've heard of, and I have never seen it played. I'm aware of Shadowrunner, I think, on SNES, which I think is based on the same system. Where there's, like, I think, like, elves are real and orcs are real, but they used to be people originally or something. I didn't fully follow the backstory of it, but I know that's there. But it also has, like, the cyber tech, too, right? How have you not seen the D&D but with Hades? Yeah, exactly. That's why I was like, as soon as I saw that, I'm like, damn, that's such a Kirk thing. It was, like, right before I started streaming, though, or else I would have forwarded it. Heavenly Battle, nice. I'm sure new players would love that. That is a great item. I'll be sure to give one of those away at some point. Just making sure Chris is with me. Buff him. But yeah, it was kind of funny. I don't think they went into super detail or anything, but I just figured it'd be a conversation starter kind of thing. Yeah, I'm sort of familiar with Shadowrun. I've heard people talk about it. I've never played it. I've never looked at the books. Wish you could give Heavenly Battle to your character on Ultima. Ooh. People not aware, Ultima is just the name of another server. I don't know, I'm having a lot of fun, I think, with the Ephinea server. I think I'll probably stick to this one for the longevity. Just thinking about if I wanted to try one of those wacky servers where they have a lot of custom items, but just ended up deciding not to. Oh, I just switched to the right one. That sucks. Magic reawakens, Goblization occurs in turns human and Elseworlds controls. Since it's a magical feature, there's also something that's okay, thank you for the clarity. I was thinking it was something along those lines. I was gonna say, Chris, if you end up getting your other friends on Ephinea, the power level will be real. the near distant future with all the cybernetic enhancements, of course. Ooh, nice, another wave that needs Ice Beam hits. Always love to see it, chat. Didn't quite get the debuff in time. Let's try that again. I don't know what else I would recommend in terms of tabletops. As I said before, I've had some experience with it. I grew up with it probably in high school and a little bit of college. But I kind of had a falling out with it in terms of a player. I ended up DMing a lot of games. And I don't think I have the time for that if I'm doing, like, Twitch stuff. Like, unless my Twitch stuff was that, I don't know how I would balance it. It would be too much to focus on. I'm already doing things like Auto Mayhem as, like, a side project. So it's not to say, like, I can't pick up side projects, but as, like, the DM, like, it either runs with me or it doesn't. Whereas if a player is absent, sometimes you could get away without doing this. You could do the session without them kind of things, like if they're doing their own thing. But, yeah, it's definitely way too much to focus on. I think in particular, I feel like my diction kind of has been suffering lately. So I don't think I'd be able to describe things in a very fluid sense. Just used to speaking more the common language. Like, I wouldn't be able to have very flowery language when it comes to architecture descriptions or even some monster descriptions. And I feel like that really does sell the experience, is being able to do those kinds of things. So I would have to sit there and really just kind of brush up on all sorts of vernacular. Just all of it, chat. I don't feel like I have the range. Because it's one thing to, like, know a word or to read a word, but it's another thing to think of it on the fly. So sometimes, like, I'll prep short descriptions of characters to help me out with that, to make sure I get more of that kind of setting down. And also freeform conversations and things like that. Like, I'll, like, generally be like, oh, they would know this or not know that, and then, like, I'll work it out from there. But being able to have, like, those key descriptors when you first enter a dungeon to really set the tone of it. Read 2 pages of Thesaurus each night before bed. It's funny that you say that. Not 2 pages of Thesaurus, but there's actually some really good guides out there for improving your diction. And I did used to read those whenever I would do D&D. Like, I would set it aside once a week. It would be, like, uncommon words to improve your game, I think was, like, the name of the list. And I would sit there and I would just start with all the A's. And I would just go, like, okay, I want to put at least one of these in the descriptions that I plan on using, and then from there, others are just kind of neat to know. Maybe I could go into there. In fact, if you look up any of the old 3.5 books, they actually have, or even I think Mutants and Masterminds might also have that. They have a list of, like, words that help DM. Like, I think in 3.5, there's literally a book on how to do better campaigns, and it has literally, like, 4 to 5 pages of, like, common terms, like, common terms that would improve the experience kinds of things. And I just don't think I'm there with it, because I just haven't used it, so I've lost it kind of thing. Like, if I hear the word, will I understand it? Yes, but, like, I won't remember it on the spot. It's, like, so deep in there. The immersion's definitely a big thing, so that's why it's, like, when it comes to voice acting, I still feel very nervous about it. I don't feel like it comes out the way I like it to sometimes, and I just gotta learn to roll with it. But doing that, like, for an entire session, I don't know. Oh, I picked up a rare and as well as an event egg. Nice. But I don't know. I don't think it's ever anything I will ever be fully comfortable with. I just have, like, mental tricks to get around it when I'm streaming. I would feel a lot worse if there were, like, a lot of cameras, for sure. If I'm not looking at anybody in particular, the stress is not there as high. But it's definitely, like, I feel bad when I'm playing a game and I'm like, what voice did I give them after 2 weeks? And, like, I feel so bad for it not being consistent. Like, some characters, I see them, I associate their face with, like, 2 or 3 adjectives, and that'll define, like, the pace of which I speak, or, you know, maybe the lateness of the tone and things like that. And some characters, it just, like, I have, like, a Dogi voice, for example. Like, I can just fall back into that, and that's fine. But there's a lot of other characters, especially if I'm not familiar with the game, where I don't know what their defining characteristic is within like a blind read for like the first 20 minutes. So a voice I settle on might not make any sense, kind of thing. And I mean, like, that it's nature when you do that blind, but it doesn't feel good. I'm not to worry about it because the worst faux pas was. You've already had your worst faux pas. Pat loves the Dogi voice. Yeah, I set that voice aside. I trained my vocals to do it. My voice doesn't want to do that normally. Another event egg. Wow. Really glad we did another run. Yeah, just like small things like to make the voice deeper. And like, I'm not sure how much of it is picked up on like the microphone. That's also what I'm thinking about when I play. Because to me, it sounds very different. But when I hear it back on the microphone, it doesn't sound as dynamic, which is a bit unfortunate. Some of it is the microphone. Some of it is just when you hear yourself, it is always different than how other people hear you. So it's like trying to bridge that gap sometimes is a little difficult for me. So I have to like, I have to kind of overemphasize where like what sounds right to me is either not deep enough or not light enough. And I have to kind of train myself to realize that the pitch I'm looking for is not what I'm actually listening to. That also takes a little bit of a conscious effort whenever I'm doing the voice. Running immune to Mastermind games, says Kirk, half awake because of being overworked and trying to impress the players about how eerie and desolate a place was. Meant to say not even a rustle of a breeze through the leaves, but came out not even a breeze through the wind. So whenever I'm really tired, and you can tell I'm tired, I have a weird thing, I don't know how many people also experience it, where I will flip syllables in words. And I don't know why that happens. Or I will flip words entirely. Like, if my brain is processing the whole sentence, sometimes it just comes out in the wrong order. I don't know how else to explain it. But it only happens when I'm really tired, or I haven't eaten. So, like, for example, I'm surprised I haven't flip-flopped sentences, because I'm feeling both tired and hungry at the moment. But I'll do that sometimes, and I'll get, like, a little flustered, but I've learned to kind of move on past it, and that's where I know I generally should stop streaming. So if I start getting tongue-tied, I'm like, it's time to go, kinds of deals. Also, I have Mag Blast, so next time we finish a wave, I think we'll use it. Players were just like, you all right? Another event egg, wow. Using. Oh, slightly too slow. Yeah, I don't know how common it is. I mean, for me, like, it happens every time I'm tired. It'll happen eventually. And if I get really tired, like I get 3 or 4 hours of sleep, my vocabulary is garbage. And I just choose not to stream on those days because I know it's just not going to be coherent. You're over a wave behind and delay. Well, that's pretty intense. I was going to say, I tried giving that a good, like, 15 seconds for sure. That's a shame. Be another egg. So it turns out it was a very good decision to do this run. So I almost got tongue-tied there, but that wasn't what I was talking about. That's more like unintentional stutters. Yeah, I don't know. When I do the voices, I have to think about it. I'm always afraid to do like accents. I don't want to be like offensive, and I also don't generally know what those accents would sound like too. So it's a combination of the both, or the two of those. I mean. Another MN60 Vice, but no kit. Dang, that's a shame. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah, like I could probably do them. I don't know. I don't feel super comfortable with it for many reasons. But those are the two primary reasons. All Ice Wave, Ice Staff time. Yeah, I at least try to differentiate it a bit with the pace or the tone of the character. I have kind of like the smug character. I have kind of like a fallback for like a Doki character. So there's like distinct personalities for me where I think about if they fit that or not. Refresh the stream. Hope you're more caught up now. We're just talking about Dogi voice. You didn't miss much. So like if I hear a voice actor long enough, I could probably do the voice. I feel like with Dogi, he just had such an iconic voice. And Orgrim, to some extent, has a voice that's not hard for me So I'll try to sort of match it to the character. What a wall of Gorfon stomps. I can't even see my character. I see my mag every now and then. Oh. Freedom at last, chat. Freedom at last. Shifted level 16. Get out of here. Get the garbage out of here. I'm not picking that up. So who knows? Maybe I'll explore more accents. I think I just have to get used to hearing different styles of speaking, because I really honestly don't interact with enough people vocally, it is. I'm used to doing a lot of online interactions, so it's kind of limited to hearing how people talk. So because it's not something I consciously think of, when I go to emulate a character, I'm thinking, what does that sound like? And I'm like, I really don't know. I don't have like that breadth of experience with different speaking styles. That's something, obviously, like if I had taken more acting classes or something like that, it would be very easy to pick up. Or just pay attention to somebody in a movie and how they speak. Be able to mimic an Aussie accent by now? I'm not sure. Honestly, I still don't think so. It's just not something I pay attention to. Like, my brain just, like, tunes it out. So I have to tell myself, like, okay, you know, where were the syllables stressed? How long were they saying certain words? How did they tackle, like, consonants? That's another one where you could get a lot of really different sounding voices, depending on where you put the emphasis. And it's like, I'll say these things out loud, but then my brain goes, I have no examples. Just, I cannot think of anything. And not to say there aren't examples, but it's just like, And then you have to think about, like, if you're doing something like voice acting a character in a static text video game is always going to be easier than, I would say, doing some of the on-the-fly stuff, because the vernacular, the way they phrase certain things or the way they have an opinion towards something is already decided it's already decided for you, excuse me. Oh, I got crit, my bad. Rest in peace, got crit. I was gonna say, I'm not sure how to pronounce that. I was gonna say C Ninja. But welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing well. We're having unrelated conversations with PSO as we casually do episode 4. But sure, I can answer some PSO questions. Is this map available in the non-Blue Burst GC version of the GameCube? The answer to that is no. This is the episode 4 area, so anything we're doing here is exclusive to Blue Burst. But we're playing on a private server, Ephinea, which is still active and still getting updates, which is kind of nice. So if you're interested in it in general, if you like the GameCube version, I honestly like this version a whole lot more than the GameCube one, and I spent a lot of time on the GameCube one. But I probably now spent more time on Ephinea at this point. I think there's a lot of quality of life changes. Like, if you were into the multiplayer and you did not like things like damage canceling, where if somebody had a mech gun and you were playing with a hunter with a giant sword, the hunter would never be able to hit anything. Or if you're playing a force and you're using Rafoi and that would lock out everybody else from doing damage. If you dislike things like that, they are fixed in the private servers. They removed that mechanic. I'm like, thank you. That way I can feel okay. So that's what I was talking about, chat, when I get tired, how my words get tongue-tied. That was a perfect example. So what I was trying to articulate was that this server fixes a lot of those issues for multiplayer. Started playing on, I recognize that server name, but I don't recognize how to pronounce it. Something hack. Yeah, that was one of the original private servers. Hopefully you had fun with that. This one is like, if I had to describe it in a very short sentence, it would be like Vanilla Plus, where it's just a general improvement over the base game. There's some bug fixes and quality of life changes, some basic server commands for like swapping character banks, for example, or going to lobby, but nothing too game breaking. There are some things to make it a bit more interesting to returning to it, which would be arguably not as vanilla. So for example, there are weekly quest monthly quest rotations, which give you enhanced drop rate if you keep doing them. Or things like the weekly bonuses or daily bonuses. So for example, actually now's not a great time to test it. But I could, for example, today might be bonus extra rare drop rate for foe numerals, or all human female hunters, or something like that. And depending on what criteria you match on it, you get more of a bonus kind of thing. Obviously, in this game, there are no female human hunters, but there are female funerals, and they would get some bonuses. Or if you're a hunter in general and female, you'd still get a bonus. Things of that nature. Pretty fun. Yeah, there's also something that is decidedly not vanilla, which, as Chris pointed out, was Anguish, where you get to increase the difficulty beyond Ultimate if you choose. And that enhances their health totals and things of that nature. Oh yeah, we're talking about everything. I think almost any topic I'm open to talk about. As long as I vaguely know about it, we'll just go on super long tangents. Since we've seen PSO, I've described PSO a lot, but I'm always willing to help new players, always helping people, get their mag started. With the exception of today, I feel like today I was slacking a little bit with helping the community, but soon enough I'll be probably handing out tons of level, let's say 20 to 28 would be a safe bet, techniques, and I usually end up with like an overabundance of material, so I'll be handing those out. Just whoever wants it will take it, 100 things. So we'll be doing that. I'll try to stream that, because I think I actually missed that for Christmas. Go into the spirit of the holiday. Now, while the Easter event is going, I don't think I want to do that in particular. But as soon as the Easter event ends, I definitely want to go out and do that, because I want to try to earn as many eggs as I can. That's a special event ongoing. And I can trade those in for some items later. Now I think I've picked up 3. This character, pretty nice. Yeah, tons of fun. I played as most characters. I have the least experience with Humar. I know a ton of tricks with forces. I know a lot of tricks with casts. And I know a lot of tricks with rangers. I've probably done almost everything except for challenge mode related stuff. I've never really had a team of people for it. And that one really requires dedication. I've just never wanted to put in the time. Especially when I can go into like a Discord and barter with people with photon drops just to get the challenge mode items if I really wanted it. Which I really don't. To me, I've been playing the whole game without the challenge mode items. I don't really need them at this point. Would it be nice if my hunter had some of those? Or not my hunter, if my ranger had some of those, like the spread needle that caused insta-death? Like sure, it'd be fun. For some time, for sure, to get the S rank needle. But it is what it is. It's like, oh well, I've already played like 100 hours without it. Don't really need it at this point. Now things like Frozen Shooter and Spread Needle, no, those are things I can't live without for sure. For sure. I'm not playing a character without those at this point. We'll see how it goes. So otherwise, I'm kind of autopiloting. We have some add-ons which are not specific to Ephinea, but they're allowed onto Ephinea. So we have like all of our readers, so I can see what items are on the floor. Enemy weaknesses, recommended attack combos. Although the attack combos are not always accurate, I still have to judge to some extent what works for me. Other than that, we're just chilling, talking about tabletop RPGs at the moment. That was our big topic. We're talking about doing voice acting, the differences between that and just reading it from the game. But definitely, I would say the mental capacity in order to juggle what a character should be saying as well as how they should be saying it, I think is reduced when you're doing something from a game standpoint. For autopilot, still wrecking the field. Yeah, I had one death because I got crit. I mean, I could have played it a little safer, but I was leaning on them just not critting, honestly. Oh well, it happens though. Let's make sure our buffs are reapplied. I could Mag Blast here, but I'll wait until after the wave of Yowie for Chris. And I'll stop attacking so he knows that I want the Mag Blast. But for now, I want a Gafoe stack on these monsters as much as possible. Once the Gafoe stack is out here, it might one-shot the wave. We're on detonators. Aw, Gafoe stacking doesn't work on them. Let's use it. Here we go. So we're doing, I don't think I explained this in this stream, but just to say that I covered this, we're doing a duo mag blast. So I'm using something called Milo Eula, which applies shift to D-band. Normally I think it is level 21, but because Chris joined in with the mag blast, it is actually going to be level 41 shift to D-band, which is higher than what I can normally do as a force. So in some regards, forces are really not needed for multiplayer as long as you have mag blast. But I just feel like it makes life a little easy. I do think they clear very, very quickly in episode 4, and arguably they are the fastest clear. You can sort of get to their clear potential with as optimal gear as possible, but the amount of effort needed in order to do the same clear as a force is astronomically lower. Like, all I need is Magical Piece, Ice Staff, a Mind Mag, level 27 to level 30 techniques. Those do not take anywhere as long as S-Rank Needle, and Frozen Shooter, and Spread Needle, and Great Armor, and Lieutenant Mantle, and, like, it's just nowhere near as much time. In particular, when you just play here and you just casually get 27 technique drops. For sure. So I do feel like Force is one of the easiest characters to get up and running once you already have a pre-established character. I mentioned this a couple times. I think Ranger is the best starting class, honestly. I think Rammarl will take you all the way to the end of the game. Rammarl might be slightly better if you have bad luck with techniques, because there's a less of a dependency on shift to D-band, at least getting into ultimate. But once you get to ultimate, I feel like the Rammarl is completely superior. There's no contest. Like, the Rammarl can't debuff the enemy, and that is such a crucial thing to get around as a new character. And you will not have the gear, like, you will not have a Spread Needle going into ultimate, for example, and it is much harder to get a Spread Needle because you can't debuff. I got frozen. Ooh, that was a little scary. I was jiggling the whole time, fortunately. So as a small habit, I forgot to state, whenever I'm casting spells, I'm always wiggling the control stick, because if they do freeze me, I could just automatically escape. But they still did over 1,300 damage. That was kind of silly. Oh well. I didn't die. That was the important thing. Speaking of which, since I'm using more ice, I should switch to Ice Staff. But yeah, I don't know. I would have to do a little more research on more voices I would want to do in other kinds of games. I feel like if I take on a project like... I was going to say Attorney Justice. That's not right. 8th Attorney. I would have to kind of sit there and think about the voices. I mean, I could literally do some of their voices by just listening to the actors for a little bit of time. But in terms of making it my own thing, I think I'd want more time with it for sure. Fear of his shock stalemate. Status ailment, I mean. See, that was me combining syllables. That was another thing where I know I'm tired. Like, I thought status ailments, and I said stalements, chat. Like, my brain just does random things, I tell you. I don't fully understand it at times. I just learned to live with it, I guess. But goodbye, enemy. Or Gerdabaloo. Oh, he shocked me. What a jerk. I actually have to item menu. How dare he? I've been autopiloting every room. How dare he make me actually go into the menu and think for a moment and actually read what was on the screen. How dare he, chat. Fortunately, it looks like we're near the end. So the only thing I want to do, my autopilot priorities are debuff their attack as soon as possible, and then ascertain whether or not they have a weakness to ice. And if any of them are weak to ice, I'd prefer Rabarda, because that will potentially freeze large group of monsters, even if it doesn't technically outdamage a Gapoe. And that makes Chris's life a bit easier. That's the autopilot sequence, chat. I believe they call it in fighting games a flowchart. I have a flowchart with this character. So I could just look at the chat right now. Like, I know I'm fighting Goron Detonators, so I could just Grants. Or if I want to, I can Razan. I don't have V801, so I can't get a good stun lock with the Zoe, which would be preferred here. If you were a male, you would just unequip a weapon and do the fast cast. But I can't quite do that with the females. I can stun lock them, I think, for 3 Razans at most. Like, you can see him winding back his arm, but he gets a little further each time. That's a little unfortunate. Whenever I see Satellite Lizards, I just switch back to Magical Keys. That's the final part of the autopilot. Switch to Magical Keys when Satellite Lizard exists. But, I don't know, chat. I mean, I guess I'll get more experience talking about different topics as we play different games, for sure, by continuing to play PSO. And we'll probably do some of this on Wednesday, for example, because I'm coming up to a vacation. But I think my focus will end up being more Auto Mayhem in the short term. Eventually, I want to kind of wean myself off of that. I want the project to kind of be stable for a while, and I have to think about from a high level what people are interested in with that game, for sure. Like, there are a lot of things I feel proud of in terms of technically writing, but I don't know if it hit the mark for what I was intending it to do. So I've had the opportunity, thanks to the people willing to try it out, to kind of sit in those streams and get the actual player experience. No theoretical, but the real player experience. So I think my opinions on the commands have changed a little bit from that standpoint. And I think that has helped me kind of balance things that are overtuned, for example. But I still feel like thematically I'm missing the mark on a couple things. Like, I feel like it was requested, but I don't really like how it came out, for example, would be Summoner. I'm not a huge fan of Summoner, how it was implemented. There's ones where I've implemented it, but I'm not sure if it makes sense for what it is. So I really like the concept of Hex, for example. I think technically it came out extremely well. You know, reducing stats, or removing relics that support you, or removing health or a weapon. And I feel like those are very impactful changes without feeling like they are a carbon copy of anything else that exists in the game. But I then have to ask myself, is that really a negative action? Would that make more sense as a neutral if I instead reframed it as challenge instead of hex? Where if I survived a challenge, I would get an item. And then from that standpoint, I also have to ask myself, from people that are looking more to play punishing style of Mayhem, where they're looking to punish the player, are there ways I can tweak the existing positive commands so that they would be used without doing something unintended? Like, for example, the boons are a great example. Do I want to give access to guaranteed relics or guaranteed items? Do I want to have a lower effect that is just purely potions? Would chat get mad if stat bonuses were applied under certain scenarios? Or would they be okay with very minor stat buffs? So I have to kind of gauge it, and it's still something I'm feeling out for sure. Also, I am so chock full of escape dolls. Oh my gosh, I don't think I have to do with these. Unfortunately, I don't have Mag Blast, or else I would have used it. I ended at 96. You find summoners are typically difficult to bounce. You're either too weak and concerned of making them too strong, or they are absolutely super strong in one player party zone. Oh, no, I meant in Soden. Oh. Oh, you triggered the boss before I could reach him. Good luck. You got slightly too far ahead of me, Chris. Good luck. I can't do anything. I'll heal Chris. So there is a bug in episode 4. So we could just loudly follow Chris. Look, he's doing things. Oh, hello. Oh, the boss appeared for me again. This is fine. So you can get missed in the cutscene. Fun bug, chat. So if you get missed in the cutscene, you don't get to see any of the spinners. Oh, the spinners are back. Okay, they've respawned. That's good. I get to play the game. Yeah, that is quite a bug. That's one of those things where I'm like, Sega. Come on, Sega. How did this pass playtesting? Come on. What are you doing, Sega? And because I missed the opening cutscene, by the way, chat, we will have no songs, so my bad. We just had the most silent episode 4 boss fight. It's fine. I know it's not quite the Nintendo seal of quality from the 90s, chat. If you get the Sega seal, you're like, oh my gosh, this is gonna be a train wreck. That's what you think. It's okay, Chris. It's not your fault. I was like slightly ahead of you, but not far enough ahead of you to avoid that scenario. No, music makes it more dramatic if you say so, chat. I'm trying to recall where I was digressing on my previous topic. Oh, so Mayhem with the summoners. Yeah, so I like that it exists, but I don't feel like it fills the right role. I wish there was something else I could make it do. That's one command I'm thinking of, not even grouping together with another command. I might just straight up scrap it, to be honest. I might leave it in as a secret command, maybe, but I don't want that to be part of the core going forward. Like, I'll give an example of, like, things I observed that I think were positive and things I felt were kind of mixed. So, I feel like regen, face tank, time stop, classics. I don't think those will ever really be grouped. I think they all have very strong use case scenarios in which the player, or not the player, which the streamer, not the streamer, in which the chat would want to apply that to the streamer. And I feel like having that guaranteed power is really crucial in keeping those techniques relevant. Where I feel like some things have failed, I wonder if I should separate out some of the potion effects. And then how would I make that, like, balance against some of the other things? Like Minor Boon, I might get rid of its relic and item gain to focus mostly on potions, for example. Or I have to think about, like, from a benefit, like, if you do get holy glasses, what would be a fair thing to give to it, where chat would be okay with it? So, like, it could still technically do the relic as the bonus effect, and if that wears off, it could be the equipment. I could look at it from, like, a different lens. But I want to make sure that chat is able to go, like, I want to help the player, but not too much. And sure, I'll do Mag Blast here, why not? So I just want to see, like, where that makes sense, or things I might tune down in the future. Like, Unarmed is meant to scale from a kind of penalty technique to something that is neutral to something that is like really powerful. And I think I got the really powerful portion down correctly. Oh, that's the wrong one. I go in the middle. And I think I got that portion down right, but I think it's slightly too strong on the first phase. So, like, those are things that I will observe as more of the chat when I want the player to not benefit from, like, a Chrysogram, for example, where I want to see them do a particular challenge. And I feel a little cheated in some extent.